Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, and we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we welcome all of the viewers across the world. For those of you tuning in for the first time, welcome to Kailasa's Nithyananda TV and Kailasa TV. Nithyananda TV gives you front row access to the live satsangs, discourses, latest news, and teachings from His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Over 5,000 topics like Kundalini, Third Eye, and other spiritual powers, manifesting wealth, completion, guided meditation, webinars, mantras are available through Nithyananda TV, brought to you by the most powerful incarnation and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It's at this time, every single morning, that we gather for the most awaited part of our day, the Nithyananda Satsang. For every morning discourse of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living incarnation of Paramashiva, for millions of us across the world, this is the time that we are preparing ourselves for darshan of Paramashiva. No matter if we are getting ready for the day or wrapping up our day, it's at this time an alarm goes off inside of all of us, which is telling us to align back to our ultimate purpose. We're each blessed to be living at the same time as the avatar, the incarnation of Paramashiva, the very embodiment of superconsciousness. Over centuries, time and time again, the cosmos itself decided to manifest our planet Earth in the physical form, to relate to each and every one of us in our level and raise our consciousness to the next level. After hundreds of thousands of years as humans, Swamiji today is the incarnation of Paramashiva, who has come down to planet Earth in order to bring super conscious breakthrough to humanity. Swamiji is literally making us into superhuman. In the last 6 months, We have literally seen how the grand advent of the avatar is perfectly revealing itself in the overall scheme of the whole universe. With the backdrop of coronavirus pandemic, the global lockdown, economic meltdown, and social turmoil in almost every country, the purpose of the avatar on planet Earth is revealing itself so clearly for all of us to understand. During recent courtyard session on June 27th, Swamiji had told all of us the world is not getting rearranged, it is collapsing. Celebrate the face of Agora, Paramashiva. This is the best time if you are already connected to all of the spiritual concepts. Everything human beings built against nature with false ideas is melting down, whether it is the false food industry, medicine, education, or security. Swamiji concluded, declaring blissfully that cosmic law is declaring its existence. It is our decision whether we understand the Agora face of Paramashiva as this destroyer or the rejuvenator. There are 5 cosmic actions which Paramashiva does: creation, Shristi, maintenance, Sthiti, Samhara, Trubhava, or putting into delusion, and Anugraha, liberation. The third action, Samhara, can be understood as destruction or rejuvenation. If we hold on to powerful cognitions, align our lifestyle to spiritual concepts, then destruction will not be will be rejuvenation. But if we do not, it will simply remain as destruction. Since the start of the destruction, which is happening in all different forms around us, whether it is social, economic, health, government, entertainment, Swamiji has opened the doors wide for us to enter into the world of power manifestation, the real and tangible world of limitless possibilities. Over 5,000 people across the world have seized the opportunity by attending the Paramashivoham Level 2 program. The Paramashivoham Level 2 program is an online global event in its 7th season currently. This program has solutions for humankind, originated from the Hindu Shastra and revived by Swamiji for you to manifest a superconscious breakthrough and attain quantum enlightenment through quantum entanglement. For those of you tuning in for the first time, we can now watch a brief video about Paramashivoham.
Till now, I manifested, revealed the signs of state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva. Now, direct process, directly from Paramashiva to manifest the being of Paramashiva, because the world is ready. Akash Bhairava is the God who makes all our beings ready for Paramashiva to manifest. It will be centered on Akash Bhairava and making Paramashiva manifest in all of us. The program will be Guru Dakshina based. It will be dependent on you. You can't put any monetary value for it. If 10,000 of us can sit together and manifest the being of Paramashiva, not only we will heal the coronavirus in the whole world, we will give a super conscious breakthrough to the world. Whatever I was talking after the great past, I am going to make that all into reality. This will be the most life positive happening on planet Earth. All of you, make the decision to attend Paramashivoham from simple integrity. My purpose is to make you attend sincerely, that's all.
If you feel that this is something that you've been waiting for, don't wait further. Postpone to register. You can go to paramashivoham.org and register immediately. Swamiji is giving exclusive sessions and initiations which truly cannot be missed at this time. Many of you have already attended this program as well. So let's take a few moments right now and take the opportunity to share this satsang, this live feed of the Nithyananda Satsang immediately, and spread the message of Sri Kailasa. Share on Twitter, Facebook, in all of the social media platforms with all of your friends in all the groups, and share spreading the message of Sri Kailasa. Let every human being on planet Earth be introduced to their highest possibility. Let them understand the blessing it is to be living at the same time as the Avatar. In Sri Kailasa, we are celebrating one of the most auspicious occasions, the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam. The Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam is a 10-day festival during the year where we celebrate the rarest blessing in our lives, Guru.
In order to explain about the phenomena of Guru in our lives, let's first have the correct understanding about life. Swamiji says, life is not about what you do, it is about what we experience about life. So when Swamiji says life is not about what you do, he means that life is not about our career or the money we made, the brand we built for ourselves. Our lifestyle is different from life. He tells us early morning when you wake up, what kind of a powerfulness you feel about your own existence. That is life. What kind of powerfulness you feel about or birth, a past life, future is your life. Guru is the being who helps us transcend the way that we live and achieve the space of powerfulness and bliss in all aspects of life. Through this unique Leela of his, his beloved Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the avatar recreates the magical experience of guru disciple relationship for millions of his own disciples, kindling in them the yearning to discover the same sweet space of disciplehood and the bliss of Advaitas. The darshan of Arunagiri Yogeshwara, that 9.5 month period during the life of Avatar, was perhaps the most pivotal 9.5 months in his childhood. It was my fantasy of a guru disciple relationship. He says that I manifested in Turiya state and lived. He continues, normal man will fantasize in the Swapna state, the dream state. As an incarnation, my fantasies happen in Turiya state. Without further delay, let us hear from Swamiji himself about an experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwara that he had, famously called the Swami Onnada movement.
I'll describe the scene. The next word is Sami. That's the way he used to call me, because that is the way my whole family used to address. I had hundreds of names given and self-given. And it continues even now. But most used name is this Swami. Even my mother used to call me as Swami only. From the time I remember me, I never heard any other word from my mother. Even as a baby, as a child, I always heard only she calling me, addressing me as a Swami. Never I have heard from her the name my parents have given. It's only Swami. So, Arunagiri Ishwara uttered the word, Swami. The moment he called Swami, I just sat up and the eye and eyes got locked. His eyes and my eyes got locked. He raised the right hand with a gesture. Are you able to raise your hand? So the meaning is, are you able to do what you want? It was not verbal. It was like a show. So naturally, I responded. Means I moved my hand and showed, yes, I can. Suddenly, Onada. It just clicked and I started laughing. He started laughing. Laughing. Both of us were laughing for 10 minutes. Understand, I'll tell you exactly what happened in me. When you have a consciousness which can command and execute something that is one with ultimate, so you are ultimate. I know now with this theory there will be 100 questions, doubts you may have. All that we can digest, grind, burn next. But the first click is right. That first click was so powerful. The words uttered were only 2 words. Swami. Then he showed through the gestures. Are you able to move the right hand? So I responded in the same way, gestures, not words. Yes, I can move. What is there? So just when this gesture, question, answer was going on, I could understand very clearly what he is trying to convey. If you have a consciousness which can command and make the matter, body is matter, make the matter obey, listen, you are carrying, which is ultimate. You are the consciousness which is ultimate. Onada. Like something hit on my forehead. It was such an ecstasy, blossoming, flowering. I started laughing and he started laughing. At least next 10 minutes. It's like I felt, oh God, took Kadka Pudi and cleaned up the whole constipation. And all the incompletion went away. Became complete.
If you had constipation for 1 week and had kadka pudi and cleansed, came and lie down on the bed, how you feel? Exactly. Oh God. Yes. If I have something which has a power to will and command and make the matter obey, then I have a consciousness which is ultimate. From that click, started manifesting powerful cognitions. Hey, if this consciousness can move these hands, why not the air next to the hands? Why not the stone next to the air? Why not the hill next to the stone? The powerful cognitions have started manifesting. And the powerful cognitions have brought understanding, knowledge, powers, all rooted, centered on this one click. Listen. I can only reenact. I cannot tell what happened. I can only reenact. He showed the gesture like a, are you able to move your hands? That's exactly. In my inner space, I can immediately understand the gesture and respond. Why not? See? In this interaction itself, my mind is searching, what is he trying to teach through this interaction? What is he trying to insert into me by this gesture? I started looking for, yes, he is asking, can you move your hand? And I am saying, yes, I can. What is the problem? What is he trying to convey through this? I can see very clearly the next understanding coming to me. So, commanding, and the commanded is obeying. The will is acting on the matter, being established in the consciousness. Then what? I was looking into his eyes. I can still remember that casual, sweet, most simple way of giving initiation into the most complicated truth, Advaita. That twinkle in the eyes. Means, he said in Tamil, it's one. It is same. Understand. Now the punchline. Listen. If there is a will established in consciousness which can move the matter, your hands are matter, the body is matter. If there is something which is you, which can give a command to move this matter, and this matter moves, the ultimate is in you. It can tell, command, order any matter to move. Understand? The moment you decide, it can command any matter to move, manifesting Shaktis starts. I am telling it is not moving is inauthenticity, powerless cognitions, the conclusions before even you try. Have you told this board to move and it did not move? If that is the case, you have not told to the board the way in which the board can listen. So change the method of telling till the board listens, not doubt the technology of Advaita, which is the source. You always do the stupidity of doubting the technology without applying it. Understand? Guru Bhakti is a strength to make you apply the technology, update the technology without doubting the original science. Fortunately, I had that kind of a bhakti with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. So immediately when powerful cognition started manifesting in me, I said, right, if I can move this hand, I can move the air next to the hand. If I can move the air next to the hand, I can move the stone next to the air. If I can move the stone next to the air, I can move the hill next to the stone. I just need to find a method of conveying my command to it. To the hand, my command is passed through the nerves. So I have to pass my command to the air. Air bending is possible if I know how to do my mind bending. So, just like I sent my command to my hands, I should send my command to the air. I should send my command to the stone. I should send my command to the hill. My cognitions have started moving in that direction. Instead of, I tried yesterday itself 2 times to move the article and it did not move, so I don't think Advaita is. No, fortunately, my inner space did not move in that direction. Listen.
During his childhood, Swamiji's bhakti for Arnagiri Yogeshwara is a possibility which we can all experience today. The actual incident itself is too small and uncomplicated, but Swamiji says the first sword of Advaita fell on me, cut across through me by being and started realizing powerful cognitions. Because of the deep feeling of trust and intimacy that Swamiji had for Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the experience became so powerful. The Guru is trying to convey something through this gestures, and you catch that, and his logic unravels itself in you. You respond in the same way through gestures without answering, and he captures that and just throws one word, Unuda. Swamiji says, this precisely the power manifestation initiation I received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. This is exactly the fundamental foundation, thought current of the cognition, which clicked with me and the power manifestation started.
Swamiji continues, after this initiation, that he and Arunagiri Yogeshwara sat for many hours, many days, understanding more elements and dimensions of Advaita. He even explained the 36 tattvas, cosmic principles. Whenever you manifest the power of remote vision, your biceps will become very active. Whenever you play with nature, your shoulders will become very active. So later on, Arunagiri Yogeshwara had taught all of these 36 tattvas, these sciences. Whenever you work and command the sun, your right eye will become very active. And whenever you work with Chandra, the moon, your left eye will become active. When you work with fire, Agni Samyama, or try to blow fire, the third eye will become active. These subtle principles or tattvas are all what Swamiji learned and Arunagiri Yogeshwara had taught later after this very first initial Advaita was initiated. Manifesting powers started with that just one click. This Mahavakya for manifesting powers, Sami Onnada. And then, of course, we all know that they experienced at least 10 minutes of uproarious, rolling laughter. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad, the Guru just utters Tattvamasi Svetaketu Tattvamasi, which means you are that Svetaketu, you are that. And immediately Svetaketu realizes. You may think, so many gurus utter Tattvamasi so many thousands of times to so many millions of devotees, but no disciples ever get enlightened. How did Svetaketu experience enlightenment just the minute his guru said that? It is the deep feeling of trust with the guru. That is what made Svetaketu realize it instantly. We can also have this experience, that deep feeling of trust with Swamiji, so that at any moment when he initiates, we can experience that ultimate experience.
Swamiji says, it was like as if a sword fell on my being, cut all the granthis, knots, or incompletions. If you give a thread, a ball to kids, they will always make a big knot, trying to pull this side, that side, so that, so what is the way to cut the knot? The only way, cut it completely. Only then all the knots will be cleared. In the same way, with too many Advaitic, confusing, corrupt cognitions from so many people, it become a knot in my Anandagandha, like a Chit Jada Gandhi. Just him saying Unnuda felt like a sword on that Chit Jada Grandhi and broke the whole thing. When that powerful cognition landed, more and more powerful cognitions became more and more meaningful powers. That's all. Swamiji tells us, I know for sure that there is no matter what happens in life, this drama, this Dhamma or Dharma, the Advaita is there. So I can never fall into powerlessness. And I was always powerful. Powerlessness lost its meaning in me. Even fear could not frighten me. Death could not kill me. The whole thing, the powerlessness, the fear, the anxiety, everything lost meaning in my life. Bring tremendous completion with Advaita. Like how Swamiji says, friendliness is the smell of consciousness. When consciousness starts functioning, friendliness is the smell. When Advaita starts moving, integrity is the force generated. Aligned to that force, you will not cheat yourself in the name of completion.
Understand, integrity is the scale which you can measure whether you have really completed or not, whether you are healed or not, whether you are evolving or not. First of all, have completion with integrity. Love integrity. It is one of the most amazing powers which you are given. It is not a controlling mechanism. It is not a controlling method. It is a living mechanism, a lifestyle, a breathing style. If Swamiji teaches you how to breathe, is he controlling you? He is literally teaching us how to live. The one thing that Swamiji always says that he asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara when he was teaching him Advaita was, everything is okay, but let me continue to retain my innocent devotion of touching and holding your feet when I sit next to you. He laughed and said, Advaita will only strengthen the love current. Advaita will only strengthen that bhakti. Let us understand from Swamiji himself as he elaborates on his relationship with Arunagiri Yogeshwara and how it ultimately gave him that experience, established him in that experience of enlightenment and manifested more and more powers inside of Swamiji at a very young age.
With this offering to Paramashiva, let's enter into today's Satsang. Today's webinar is Erasing Malefic Effects of Planets Through Superpowers. Listen. The moment I utter the word planets, I remember how my Guru, Paramashiva, taught and made me realize about the grahas in Pratyaksha Pramana. My Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, how he taught me this whole science as Pratyaksha Pramana. Still now I don't think I have spoken about it in public. First time I am going to talk. Understand? One day, I was sitting at the feet of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and he was talking about so many things, and suddenly the conversation turned into grahas. He spoke about Navagrahas. I was looking at him so deeply. Literally everything he was revealing was getting into my system. So deep, like if he utters one word, like a condensed 1 petabyte material, information will be transformed into my system, transferred into my system. Listen. The number of words spoken, the quantity and quality of the knowledge transmitted was not matching. That is why I am saying Paramashiva teaches in silence.
Listen carefully. When we say Dakshinamurti teaches in silence, it is not that he never utters a word, but the number of words uttered and the quantity and quality of the knowledge, information transmitted, the wisdom transmitted, does not logically connect or equate, rationally inexplicable. Just by a word, he will transmit almost 1 petabyte information. Every word he was uttering, petabytes of information was getting transmitted into my system. The system was getting loaded. Understand? This is unique knowledge transmission method of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. You cannot use the word education for this, no. That is why we cannot say Nithyananda Hindu University is reviving Hindu education system. No, it is reviving Hindu knowledge transmission system. Hindu knowledge transmission is totally different from anything known to the world by the name education. By the word education. Whatever you know by the word education does not equate the Hindu knowledge transmission process. Nithyananda University revives the Hindu knowledge transmission process. What was happening between Arunagiri Yogeshwara and me? What Paramashiva shared with me? That very methodology I am adopting and transmitting. That is why even though you spend only half an hour listening to the Satsang, whole day you are in that same mood, because time spent is only half an hour, but the amount of information, quantity and quality of the knowledge transmitted is disproportionate. It's not proportionate. Understand? It was like intense cosmic downloading happening from him to my system, like from his body to my body. Suddenly, maybe the reasons known only to him, he decided to teach the whole science of Navagrahas, showing directly the grahas to me. And he just did something like this. I do not know whether he took me to the space of Kailasa or he brought the grahas to Arunachala, where I was sitting with him. I was sitting with him in the temple, in Arunachaleshwara temple. Whether he brought them here or he took me there, I do not know. But suddenly I saw like a chess coins, all the Navagrahas, alive, living, moving. And I immediately bowed down to them. The moment I realized they are alive, I immediately bowed down to them. Because I bowed down, I remember very clearly that they were alive, not stone replica or a small toy. No. They were alive, breathing, smiling, fully conscious. Immediately I bowed down to them.
This is the very experience, the very deep and intimate space which Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Swamiji had. One of the most memorable quotes and descriptions that Swamiji has always given about Arunagiri Yogeshwara, that even personally it clicks with me, is when he says, just like how human beings dream in the swapna state, there are various states of consciousness in which each of us is always dwelling: the waking state, the dreaming state, the deep sleep state, and of course the higher consciousness states. Swamiji, as incarnation of Paramashivam, he dwells continuously, is established in and manifests from this higher states of consciousness, like Turiya, Turiyatita. We human beings, we dwell in the state of Jagrat, this waking state. Swamiji once beautifully explained the space from which he comes from, Turiyatita, the higher states of consciousness, and how his entire experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwara actually happened. He actually said that just like how each of us, human beings, dream in the swapna state, and then we wake up and realize in the waking state, the Jagrat state, he himself as Paramashiva manifested a dream in the Turiya state. All of his dreams as incarnation happened in the Turiya state, and then he woke up to his higher reality in the Turiyatita state. It is nothing else but that. Just like how we wake up from a dream and realize that we are that higher reality, we are in oneness, and that is our ultimate reality. In the life of Swamiji, this is what Paramashiva manifested. Ultimately, in order for each and every one of us to have that experience, that deep and powerful experience of oneness with Paramashiva. As we were saying before, it is as if, just like how Swetaketu realized within 1 minute, within just a few seconds of his guru telling him, "You are that Tattvamasi," just within 1 minute, he ultimately realized that. It is that very space that Swamiji has been giving all of us over the last 7 months. Each and every one of us has been extreme witnesses, extremely blessed witnesses of the Paramashivoham Level 2 program, where over 5,000 participants have been continuously becoming initiated into powers, into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities. And we have today a few beautiful sharings. People who've experienced this firsthand, have experienced that deep initiation from Swamiji and established and saw literal miracles, higher reality being manifested in their life. First, it is really my pleasure to be able to welcome Ma Lalau. Thank you for joining us, Ma. And it is a beautiful opportunity that I have to be able to listen to your sharing, and all of the viewers have to listen to your story and sharing. Especially when you shared with me, I was simply blown away about what you experienced and what had manifested in your life. But I'd like not to give any details away. You can go ahead, Ma. First, if you can introduce yourself to all of the viewers and tell us a little bit about where you're from and how you met Swamiji, and then of course what you wanted to share today.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my story with Swamiji. I am really happy to be here, and it's such a a huge transformation in my life since. I am Lalo Picard, and I am French citizen, but I live in Scotland at the moment. I met Swamiji 2 years ago only, and it's been really a huge transformation. I will tell you a little bit more about the context after, because it explained really my path was not just something that was expected in my life. It was definitely not expected. First, I wanted to share the two major, I would say, miracles. Even now we don't say miracles anymore. We know it's a science that happened in my life. So just after a year, I discovered Swamiji on YouTube on his most popular video, which is Third Eye. I started to when I saw that, I was just blown away about his presence, what he's sharing. This clicked so much in me, and obviously I started to watch more and more and be in contact of more people, sanghas, knowing that. And just less than a year after that, I've been diagnosed with cancer, and in an intimate part of my body, which is something that I didn't expect at all, because I am a very healthy, have a very healthy lifestyle usually. And I was already aware about that self-healing was available, but of course didn't know anything. So since I was starting to follow Swamiji, I just decided, okay, I just have to do it and learn everything. And also a Sangha member, close disciple of Swamiji, gave him my picture to bless me. And for before the MRI, the first test to see the extension of the lesion, the 10 days before that, I did apply everything he was teaching, the morning routine, chanting Mavaka all day, taking Aritaki, doing the Nirara Samna. I did all that. And the 10 days after, when I got my MRI, when I was still under the machine, I just heard Swamiji telling me, don't worry, they won't find anything. Don't worry, they won't find anything. And that happened. Actually, I was just blown away. The doctors were very, skeptical. They thought that it was a mistake or something. So they looked for, many for hours to check if there was something. But so I didn't have any treatment, of course, and it's been a year now, completely fine. So I think that is just, and I can tell you, it's really not. I was really not expecting something like that could happen to me, even though I was aware for some people can sometimes experience self-healing. And the second big miracle, even though my life is just full of little miracle every day, just happened because I wanted to manifest Pada Puja for Guru Purnima, and I was supposed to share actually before yesterday, and I manifested that yesterday. So there is a reason why I couldn't share before yesterday, because this is so amazing. So it's been a while. I wanted to manifest Pada Puja, but we are careful. My husband, he's working. I'm not working at the moment, and we're careful with the money. And I've been asking Swamiji, I really would like to give a Pada Puja to you, Swamiji. And a few months back, my husband was telling me, oh, I found dollars in this drawer. Where is it coming from? And I say, I don't know. And that was a few months back. And he said, it's $1,000 in cash. And I said, what? And you don't know where it is coming from? And I just said, oh, I know, it's from Swamiji. But the moment I said that, then, he's not following Swamiji. He's really skeptical about all this. And he said, no, maybe something like that. So I dropped it. I didn't even check where was that money. I just forgot about it. And yesterday I was saying, oh, Swamiji, it's approaching. What can I do? And I heard him saying, I already gave you that $1,000. And I just said, where it is? And then, yes, actually. that money, where is it? So I came back to the drawer. He told me, I didn't even check, and I found 10 1,000 bill in cash and very brand new notes. I was just and obviously the mind will kick in and just has some doubts and all that. But so the first thing I did is to go to the bank, cash that, and send it for Pada Puja. I don't even, this is Swamiji's manifestation, and this is for Swamiji. So please, I really wanted to share my story because, you have to understand, I am not from Hindu origin. I'm not even from Indian origin. I don't have a spiritual background. Actually, I am from Madagascar and from a very Catholic family. And I'm trained as a medical doctor, and my husband also, is a doctor, and he's from Jewish origin. So for many reasons, we started to distance ourselves from religion, and the family around us or friends around us are all like that. So nobody is into Hinduism, and let alone talking about Swamiji. So that is my context. It's not that I've been prepared to understand all that. And the reason I came to Swamiji is because I was really fascinated when I did my medical study about the placebo effect. And I just realized when I started to look into that, I just realized if really self-healing is possible, this is what medicine should be about. Like when we pour millions of funds to understand the science, we should understand that. And that was a turning point in my career, actually. So when I had to come back to my career after raising my 5 children, I just didn't want to go back to my career as a general practitioner anymore, because I could not but wanted to understand what is this self-recovery, self-healing, this science. So this is when I started to seek, to have seeking in me deeply. So I started to follow scientists. Obviously, I was very oriented to science, so neuroscience, genetics, even some doctors are interested with it. And especially when I started to look into quantum physics, I was just, wow, there is something we must understand here. And obviously, this is how Swamiji came into my life. As he says, he's finding us, we are not finding him. So that is my story with Swamiji. And the biggest miracle in my life is to have Swamiji. And the biggest blessing is to be able to be part of his mission, which is really dear to me. Because I am now a Gurukula Acharya, and I'm even leading the Acharyas in Europe, Africa, Oceania, and Middle East zone. And the space of the Gurukul is just amazing. Like you used to say that this is a shortcut to enlightenment, and I really believe it, because we have the huge privilege as an Acharya to channel Swamiji, to let Swamiji flow in us, that we are not teaching anything. We just allow him to be there with the kids. And even like sometimes just before the class, I don't know really what I am going to talk about, but the moment it's opening, then it is just flowing, and many miracles. And obviously being in the space of kids, the innocence, the pure innocence, their integrity, it's just so beautiful. So if anyone is really interested in children and education, this is the best place to be on earth, especially if you're a mother, because then you have a really a vision for the future, hope for the future, not only hope for the future, but the understanding that you're preparing your kids for being these enlightened super leaders. So yes, I am still, no, every time. Yes, you wanna?
Oh no, go ahead and
Yeah,
finish.
so that's really what I wanted to share. And yes, I could go on and go on because there's so many things that are happening daily, and when we start to be conscious, we just realize that everything is miracle, a little manifestation here and there. So thank you so much for having me, and Swamiji, thank you so much for being in my life, for blessing me to have you every second in my life. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nithyananda.
Malala. Yeah. I felt what was so beautiful about the sharing is really that you can see how deeply you hold Swamiji in your heart and how deeply Guru is there, like literally sitting inside of us. And because of that, only we manifest so many powers. We're manifesting a higher reality, whatever we want in our lives. And just from Ma Lala's sharing, I have really experienced that. It was really bringing a smile to my face the whole time that she was talking. Every single one of us, every devotee of Swamiji, whether they have known him for even just 2 years or 15 years, this remains a common thread, how deeply he has impacted our lives, how deeply he has changed and transformed it, literally liberated each and every one of us. During the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, we are celebrating, remembering, and realigning ourselves towards Guru. That is why today we had taken the opportunity to listen about Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the very Guru of Swamiji himself, the enlightened incarnation who had come down, manifested for Swamiji himself, and had enacted this great Leela. And to me, as I see it, this Leela that Swamiji had shared with us of Arunagiri Yogeshwara is nothing but to teach us that higher reality, that ultimate possibility. It was so amazing, beautiful, the way that Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself had related with Swamiji. And for each and every one of us, we can also see how Paramashiva has manifested in our lives and is literally liberating us from all human emotions and human experiences, and liberating us into that superhuman experience, that superconscious breakthrough. We can see how it's happening every single day in so many different ways, manifesting powers, manifesting what the outside world would call as miracles, but we know as a science. We know how we can transcend the limitations that we may have into a higher experience and higher breakthroughs. Every single day for the last few days, we've been understanding different aspects of Guru, of Swamiji, and how he manifested in our lives. Just the other day, we had understood from different people from the Sangha and listened to their sharings about how Swamiji manifested wealth in their lives and how the ultimate surrender towards Swamiji had manifested more and more abundance in their life. It may seem like giving up something, surrendering, or anything like that, but ultimately they themselves had shared that from their own experience, if they just surrendered one thing at Swamiji's feet, in some ways, 1,000 different ways, Swamiji manifested in their lives something more profound and deep. The aspect that we will be exploring today is the aspect of giving the sannyas diksha. Guru is the one who can initiate us into sannyas. for those of you who may not know, sannyas is the ultimate royal lifestyle, which is a beautiful lifestyle that literally initiates each and every one of us into a higher superconscious breakthrough. Swamiji gives us a beautiful example. When we try to explain sannyas, when you're making yogurt, when you're making curd, if you're leaving it away for a certain period of time, the milk has to be left away for a certain period of time in order for that milk to become yogurt, to become curd. Just like that, each human being has to experience sannyas, has to be left alone, has to be left alone in order to respond and react only to Guru and only to Guru Vak. They have to have this period in their lives in order to manifest superconsciousness and have a superconscious breakthrough. Swamiji has been giving us this opportunity as a fundamental way, as a fundamental pillar of Sri Kailasa itself. Sannyas is one of the ways that Hinduism itself has survived for so many centuries, even through the worst of attacks, because of the sannyasis, the sadhus, who have dedicated themselves to this pathway, to sannyas, to have dedicated themselves to contributing to humanity and reviving and protecting the sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Today, we're even able to experience Hinduism and experience Sanatana Hindu Dharma as it is. Swamiji has given each and every one of us this opportunity. Today we have a group of sharings from all over the world, from all different corners of the world, I can say, of sannyasis, of people who have taken up this royal pathway. And not only that, who have taken it up as apat sannyasis. Apat sannyas is the way that Sri Shankaracharya had taken sannyas. That in a moment of emergency, Paramashiva gives us this opportunity to liberate ourselves immediately from what is binding us, what is holding us down. Over the last 7 months, this opportunity for Apat Sannyas has opened, and we have been continuously, from all over the world, people have been taking up this pathway of sannyas, Apat Sannyas. And today we have a handful of sharings from Apat Sannyasis who have taken this pathway and experienced a true superconscious breakthrough. With the guidance of Swamiji and his blessings, we are each able to experience that superconscious breakthrough which comes from taking the sannyas diksha. This is one of the most beautiful ways, intimate ways of literally manifesting superconscious breakthrough, of living with the Guru. And as it is Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, it is this time that we are able to remember within ourselves and align ourselves back to Guru and the ultimate purpose in our lives, which Guru has come down for, manifesting that space of quantum enlightenment through quantum entanglement. Without further delay, I'd like to invite the Apat Sannyasis to share. First, we have from Trinidad, Ma Lydia.
Nithyananda
Thank you for
Ma.
joining us, Nithyananda Ma. So, as it is always so nice to hear from you and so nice to have you on Nithyananda TV, sharing with all of the viewers about your experiences. Just in a few months, I think, and maybe less than a year, I believe, right? Of being with Swamiji, of knowing Swamiji, just within a very short period of time, having your life transformed. But I don't want to share for you. It's obviously more inspiring to hear it from you yourself. Go ahead, Ma. Thank you for coming and joining us on Nithyananda TV this morning. Please introduce yourself for all the viewers, and then you can go ahead with your sharing.
Great. Thank you so much, Ma, and Nityanandam, everyone. My name is Ma Lydia Aghora Shivashakti, and I'm a sannyasi from Trinidad and Tobago. So as Ma rightly said, Swamiji came into my life not too long ago, and everything really everything happened in a very short space of time from September of last year to now. So really and truly, I was introduced to Swamiji via YouTube. And, you know, for me, I was seeking for a long time. Although I've grown up in a traditional Hindu home, I've also been initiated with my guru who passed away several years ago. I was going through a tough time where I was feeling like something was, you know, missing from my life. And, you know, many people told me I need to get married, I need to have kids, I need to settle down. But I knew deep down, you know, there was something else. And in that time, you know, I was just searching through, and Swamiji came, you know, basically through YouTube. And I was completely hooked. There was something about him, there was something about his messages that really drew me in. And fast forward, you know, September of last year, I participated in the Nithyananda Yogam in Trinidad, which completely transformed my life. I would say that that is what really connected me even more to Swamiji. And from then, you know, seeing the, you know, the sannyasis, their lifestyle, how they carried this, you know, carry themselves every day, that was truly truly inspiring, and it really resonated with me, because deep down I knew, like, I always wanted this lifestyle, but there was nothing that was available for me. So I kept it a little bit of a secret, you know, my seeking. You know, fast forward to January, February, I decided to declare myself as Upper Sannyas. I just felt like the right thing to do. You know, for the last year, I left the corporate world. I decided to do consultancy work, and I think, you know, it was just Swamiji really making that space for me to expand and to look within, because I would spend, you know, tireless hours either in traffic or just really pouring myself into my job. And since February, since declaring Apatanya since February, I would say that that connection with Swamiji has grown tremendously. It was almost very instant. I felt him really guiding me through. And it's been such a huge blessing, you know, in my mind, you know, Swamiji is here, you know, what else do I need? And I'm connected to such, you know, a global community of wonderful beings, other sannyasis and just disciples who are also on this path. So that is, you know, a very small snippet of how I became introduced to Swamiji. And, you know, being able to declare Apat Sannyas, I think for me is like the greatest blessing. You know, it's a huge blessing. I feel honored to be Apat Sannyas. I feel very grateful every single day to do what I do and to be focused on Swamiji's mission and the Kailasa nation, and also in my own spiritual transformation as well.
Thank you so much, Ma. Lydia, it's always so sweet to hear your story and your experiences. Truly, the way that you had transformed your life within just a short period of time, and seemingly it being a whirlwind, but of course for you it is a deep transformational process. So thank you for letting us in and understanding all of your story and your transformation, and of course what you have experienced, what made you take that jump to Apat Sannyas. Next.
And
Of
sorry.
course, go ahead.
Yes, Ma. I just wanted to share one other thing. So another really something that really changed my life as well was offering Pratyaksha Pada Puja. I've offered in the past before I declared Apatanyas, but there was something that was really special about the offering that I did after I declared Apatanyas. And if it's okay, I'll just like to share it very quickly. Um, uh, Last time I offered Apatanyas was just like a few weeks ago, but during this time, I felt like Swamiji was really pouring his being onto me, and I honestly I felt like Lord Subramanya. I felt like his son. I felt like he was preparing me for quote unquote war, and it was really different from my previous experiences because initially I just wanted that bhakti. I just wanted to be at his feet. I just wanted to make him proud. I just wanted to connect more and more with him. And the last time it was as if he was downloading information into me. I felt very powerfully, like, his energy flowing through me. And he is preparing me for something big, I know. And it was so powerful to the point where I was just completely like speechless for some time after that experience. And I know every time I offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja, I know that he's really working on me, and he's also training. He's also sharing his being with me and removing any sort of lower identities or lower tendencies. So because of that, I'll say that has really guided me, and that is really empowering me to continue doing what I do and to continuously, be dedicated to that mission. So I want to I just wanted to share that
Yes.
with you all. Thank you,
Wonderful.
Ma.
Of course, yeah. For all of the viewers as well, if you'd like to have the same experience of offering the Pratiksha Pada Puja on the auspicious day of Guru Purnima on July 5th, you can register at kailasa.org/Guru Purnima. And as we have been hearing for the last two sharings now, that this opportunity, the seizing the opportunity to align yourself to the Guru can start immediately with just one offering for Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Next, we have Ma Aishwarya from Bangalore, who is also an Apat Sannyasi, who's here to share about her journey and the transformations she had and the jump that she took to sannyas. Go ahead, Ma Aishwarya. If you can introduce yourself to all the viewers and then go ahead with your sharing.
Nithyananda.
Nithyananda.
So yes, my name is Aishwarya Sadyojata Shiva Shakti. I'm from Bangalore, Karnataka, India. And my first time interacting with Swamiji happened through YouTube, though I was raised in a completely, so like how Ma Lydia was sharing, she was raised in a very traditional Hindu background. Me living in India was raised in a completely material world oriented background. So I had zero notion of anything like this even exists or has any legitimacy for life. But through the journey of life, it was so disillusioning to be engaging continuously with material world and all that so-called pleasures. It felt like this is very hollow. And something happened where immense seeking was triggered into me. And the only Hindu guru whose name I even knew was Swamiji, because of all kind of idiotic fake news done on him and all the attacks. So even that was a great leela in my life, that I even became aware that he exists. So when I searched him on YouTube and I entered into his satsangs, from the first time I typed his name into YouTube search bar and clicked his video, that immense connection was there, that okay, yeah, I made it. This is where I need to be. And from then it has only gone from like strength to strength to strength. It sounds funny to say this because when looking at from a very small lens, you normally see life having ups and downs, but I feel like my life has only been ups and ups and ups. I was so very much intense about connecting with Bhagwan and having the experience of programs like Inner Awakening, etc. I actually I was a student of engineering, so I went into my vice chancellor's office one day, walked in and said, I want to drop out of college. I wrote him a letter and I said, please give me a fees refund. Okay, so I was in my final year of college with 2 credits left to graduate, but I was so clear that whatever I'm studying in this world is so shallow compared to the cosmic revelations, knowledge transmission being done by Bhagwan, that I simply wanted to shift everything and become into that. And in my college, like never this has happened that they've given a fees refund to somebody. They'll allow you to drop out. But somehow in my case, that powerful space I was holding, they actually even approved the checks and did the refund. And I was like so grateful and excited to be part of Inner Awakening. And then somehow the program was cancelled. Various things started happening. And I actually was able to even complete my college course. So basically, this is a small incident wherein the whole message, what I want to share, is conveyed. That when you give up something for Paramashiva, actually, literally, you are losing nothing and you are gaining more and more. So I gained that command and mastery over myself and that clarity about my purpose and that courage and guts to take a jump and deep ending of the feeling connection with Bhagwan. And also I got a college degree at the end of it. So it was something that was very, very intense. And so this was all before, of course, I decided to take the final jump into Apat Sannyas. And after that jump has happened, what I can say is in my life, Paramashiva has become really real. So even before, Bhagwan would constantly insist that Paramashiva is real. He would repeat this statement and emphasize the statement. So obviously that trust was there that, okay, yes, Paramashiva is real. But my relationship with Paramashiva was such that kind of like, I respect you, but I'm going to be a little away from you and respect you that way. But now what has happened is like, rather than Paramashiva being social relationship of my life, Paramashiva is like simply the oneness happening. That is the big jump shift that has happened since the taking of Apat Sannyas. So earlier I would have, first of all, I would have a lot of incompletions with the idea of sannyas itself. That, as if Paramashiva needs my sannyas and all that. No, Paramashiva doesn't. But I need sannyas. This is the shift that I had. Because earlier there was in so many layers, like subtle SDHTs which were there sitting inside me, which are now completely out. The concept of fear and guilt have been erased from my life completely. So before I would be very respectful, reverential towards Paramashiva, but always like little bit careful about what I say, that, okay, I don't want to lose this relationship, fear of losing this relationship. So I'll behave a little polite way or something like that. But now it is like that fear of losing itself has become irrelevant concept of my life. It's oneness. That's all there is to it. I have to manifest the relationship. That's all there is to it. So now it's like so much more courage has opened up, like guts to share myself and to open up about a lot of my inner experiences. I used to be very, very closed person before. Like all these big happenings, thought currents, everything will be circulating in my inner space, but it would be locked up in my inner space and never expressed out to anybody. But now that idea that I might be wrong and therefore I should say nothing has been eliminated. Now it's like whatever I say is that in every level, that trust that it is guided, supported, blessed by Paramashiva. And there is nothing like mistakes that even exist in this world, only lessons. Constantly lessons are coming and happening to upgrade yourself, upgrade yourself, upgrade yourself. So so that paralysis which would come from this idea of perfection has disappeared. Now it's like simply start manifesting whatever it is you want. And as you are manifesting, you will be aligned and evolved and guided and supported and given the right knowledge and the right understanding and put into the right direction alignment constantly. So it's like an active process which has started happening with Paramashiva. Like before, he was kind of like this most important presence of my life, yes, but kind of a static presence where that is him and I have to somehow connect with him and talk to him over there. Whereas now it's like a continuously engaging with Paramashiva in every moment. So what has happened is like the deepening of the trust, the understanding that any intention of mine is blessed by cosmos, and the cognitive shift of manifesting responsibility, meaning simply taking the responsibility to stand by what it is that I'm holding the intention for and simply manifest, rather than taking that life as something happening to me. It is like I am manifesting the life, and the more I take responsibility to manifest my life, the more beautiful my life becomes. This really deep shift has happened for me, and a lot of the powerful cognitions which Bhagavan reveals through the satsangs, where he'll say these very strong ideas, very, very powerful understandings, and I would take them as like kind of an instruction, and I have to align myself to that, and I have to understand what he's trying to say and interpret and analyze, internalize it. Now it's like my operating software for life. Now it is simply part of me. Those for example, I mentioned about feeling paralyzed because of perfectionism and fear of taking action and all that, and Paramashiva had given a satsang on this where he mentioned about Nataraja. He had spoken about how when Nataraja is doing his Ananda Tandava and one anklet flies off, he doesn't stop dancing, he continues dancing, and the Adi Sesha comes and becomes the anklet for him, and more auspiciousness has happened. Auspiciousness for the world by his Tandava, auspiciousness for Adi Sesha by becoming the anklet and witnessing the dance in such a unique perspective. It's only auspiciousness. So then everything is auspiciousness. That also one important cognition. Then whenever you are accused, flare up, become more integrated. Before, all these things required my pushing myself into that direction very much, whereas now it's like the intelligence itself has been upgraded to such a way that these are simply part of my life, part of my response to life. So fundamentally,
Great, ma'am.
what I really
Yes.
want to share is when we take this jump and go all in for Paramashiva, literally nothing which we have is taken away from us, but all the nonsense and sufferings and pains which we don't actually have, those are removed from us. This deep shift has happened, and thank you so much for this opportunity and blessing.
Yes, Ma, thank you for sharing very vibrantly about your transformation and really the clicks that you got. We have next Ma Deborah.
Nithyananda,
Nithyananda Ma, thank you for joining us. Deborah, you're from Toronto, correct?
Yes. Originally
And
south of Toronto, but now in Toronto.
yes, and you're actually one of the most recent Apat Sannyasi initiates. So I'd like to invite you to share now about your experience as well for Apat Sannyas.
Yes. My name is Ma Deborah Tatpura Shivashakti from Ontario, Canada. And I grew up on a dairy farm, a family dairy farm, far away from Hinduism. And there was a family church on the property. So that was my, in this lifetime, initial experience. We had the key to the church, and I could go anytime, and I did. However, I knew things were missing, and I knew something wasn't right. And all my life, I was seeking for what it was supposed to be. So before I was going to university, I actually saw Swamiji on on the TV in front of the banyan tree. I was just changing channels and came across him, and I just knew. I wasn't that old, but I just knew that he was the one that I was supposed to find. Life got in the way after that. I went away to university, and I found him for the second time for real the fall of 2017, leading up to Paramashivoham, which I ferociously took everything online that I could. I was recovering from a difficult marriage and divorce, and in the middle of a health crisis, really. I had went from poverty to wealth to even worse poverty. And when I found Swamiji was the very next day after I called out in anguish one night. Where's the real freedom? Where's the liberation? What's the sense of all this? And miraculously, the next day, I was put in front of Swamiji, or he pulled me in and found me. It was the posts on the Paramashivoham, and took me right to the Satsangs and the third eye initiations and everything else on YouTube. So that January, I visited my first Hindu temple in Toronto. It's a very beautiful temple. And it was my first Hindu anything. It was a very transformative experience walking into the temple. And upon entering the main part of the temple where the deities are, I noticed to my left one of the siddhas, which I now know as a siddha, animated for me. And I almost started crying right there. I knew I had found where I was meant to be. I didn't even know that was animation. I just knew this was a deity that was moving for me when I walked into the temple. So after that, I was all in. I was so thankful for the development of the global Kailaasa Sangha after that. So thankful to Swamiji for everything he's done, and so quickly and intensely. I jumped right away for Paramashivoham 2, batch 1, volunteered for 2, and then I fully participated again in 3, 4, 5, and 6. It was everything. Then in 6, I declared my integrity to our guru to stand up for Hinduism, the upliftment and enlightenment of all beings, and took a sannyas. It's been such a blessing, and I know it hasn't been very long, but in every way in dimension, I'm transforming constantly, and actually more and more rapidly all the time. I just wanted to talk about 2 things that really shifted
and made things align and really open up for my inner space. I was taking many Kalpatara weekends, including the first batch of online training for Kalpatara Acharya and Completion Acharya. It was over a 3-month period. It was very intense and very accelerated. All of a sudden, I was detoxing and in a healing crisis, and it was so intense, but it was so worth it. I really realized how important the Kalpatara was at that time and how completions are important. One example was the detoxing flared up. My head and forehead and upper chest were so swollen, I could hardly even see. But I had a few healings, kept applying the sacred ash, kept going to the temple. And after the first healing session in prayer with Swamiji, by Swamiji's grace, I didn't have any pain or fever or real suffering. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They tried every test. They couldn't figure anything out. They didn't understand why I had the swelling, but no fever and no pain. Because with the degree of swelling I had, I should have had significant pain along with it. So I just knew Swamiji would take care, and I knew it was part of the detoxing process, and that he had something important for me to do to accelerate it to such a degree to complete as much as possible, as fast as possible. So after that, there were many other miraculous happenings. It would take too long to talk about everything I've experienced so far. But another big shift for me was after participating in Guru Purnima last year. The benefits were immense. It was like I had taken a complete out breath and was totally renewed. In offering sincere gratitude and love for our Guru, especially being so blessed with the avatar in his in a body now with us. It's so powerful and it's so auspicious, especially now with the solar eclipse time from now until December, where the Guru is exalted and most powerful. I felt everything was washing away, melting down, totally clearing out. I went through a difficult marriage, a difficult divorce. All that just melted away. I felt like I was being rebuilt or reborn after that. I really do recommend Pratyakshapata Puja and participating in the joyous Guru Purnima. Just register and enjoy. There are so many benefits. So with so many miracles and blessings that's happened, I know that he blesses us with his divine grace in overcoming all the blocks, all the illusions, and clearing all the karmas. So further from that, I realized that I was accelerating, and the powers and the gifts and the Shaktis were blossoming in me to such a degree that, I really understood how he blasts through our impossibilities to instill that space of possibility and powerful cognition. I had forgot my empowerment. I had forgot, like, when I was growing up, everything I did at an elite level or an accelerated level. And I succeeded everything I tried until I got married and got divorced and went through that difficult period. I had forgot who I was, and I forgot where I was heading. And the seeking came back. And Swamiji preparing me with the real lifestyle, the real ecosystem, and the science of enlightenment, I found my purpose again. And this is such an auspicious time. I know that all the power manifesting just took off because of all Swamiji has done for me, done for everyone in any of the IA awakenings, any of the Paramashivohams. It's such a blessing. And the Balasans and Acharyas and Co-Acharyas really have an incredible way of oneness blossoming Swamiji's initiations, courtyards, sanghas, darshans in all of us. And the really special realization for me was how deeply connected to Swamiji I was and always have been. I didn't realize it until I walked into that temple and saw all the deities. It was a big adjustment, but it was exactly what I needed in the moment I needed it. So in season 6, I just made the next natural and only real decision for me at that point was to declare a path sannyas. To spend the rest of my time in this body, on this earth, causing, enriching, healing, enlightening all beings, and assisting the cosmos in the divine plan. One more thing I wanted to kind of highlight was don't forget to join in on the Minutes for Peace. The whole environment actually unclutching, the act of unclutching, clearing the space, you really know then how to unclutch, how to complete, how to feel the expansiveness and the oneness with Swamiji, Paramashiva Parashakti, all the deities, all the cosmos, all the Guru Pranampya. I can't say enough about this path and the science of enlightenment that Swamiji has invested all this jhaga. It's such a powerfully blessed, peaceful place to really soar from. So looking forward to seeing you all at further Paramashivohams and causing, enriching your realities, to manifest your reality.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you for all that you've given us. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Thank you, Ma Deborah, for your sharing. I think one of the things that I had really related to and really clicked with me is how Swamiji has literally transformed so many different people's lives, whether or not you have a Hindu background, whether or not you have this kind of experience before, you have Hindu experiences before, or whether you have spiritual experiences before, still somehow there's a way that he enters into your life and ultimately transforms it. So we have next with us Ma Paramashiva Priya. Ma Paramashiva Priya. Oh, I think there's some internet issues or something there. We will move to also, now we have Ma Monica from Los Angeles.
Nithyananda Ma.
Nithyanandam, yes, yes. Thank you for joining us today, Mom. About your story and your sharing. Even though I definitely recently we had you on Nithyananda TV, I especially wanted to invite you, especially for the sharings when we're doing on Apat Sannyas, because I know how dear it is and how much you have also um, dedicated, even if it's the last few months, for this mission for Apat Sannyas. So please go ahead, introduce yourself to the viewers, and would like to know your sharing as well.
Nithyananda, my name is Mom Monica. I'm from Los Angeles, and I have two small children. Well, they're not that small. They're about, Hannah just turned 9, and Mia just turned, she's 7, she'll be 8 in August. And so we're kind of like a family of Apat Sannyas. It's been a really fun journey. I first met Swamiji. I was introduced to him after, I would call it, before when you're yearning for the cosmic mother and you're sitting there going, Ma, that intense energy that you're yearning for something, but you don't know what it is. It's just this energy that you're missing in your life. Well, I didn't know about Swamiji. I didn't know about Hinduism. I come from a Catholic background. And I knew I could connect in nature. I felt all this oneness, all this beautiful energy, but I couldn't carry it into the world. I'd feel disempowered. Someone would tell me something I didn't believe in. I'd get irritated, all this stuff. I just wasn't able to hold the space, that elevated cosmic level. And so I was just praying in the garden one day, and I was just like, please, I need a teacher. I have children. I had pulled them out of school because it was affecting their spirits and their energy, and I couldn't have the school system do whatever it was doing to my children anymore. I tried public school, private school, hippie school, all kind of schools, and intensely academic schools, more artsy school, like everything I tried, put every ounce of my energy, and none of it was right. None of it was right. And I just knew that it would take me all summer long to get my children back, their spirits back to who I knew they were, and of course it wasn't an easy decision. I don't have a teaching background. I didn't know what I was doing, and I just trusted in the cosmos to help me. So I prayed profusely in the garden, and then I just let it go. I just let it go. And in less than 48 hours, I had gone to the market, and I met my neighbor. Her name is Noi. Hopefully she doesn't mind me mentioning her name. And I turned, she called, she's like, excuse me, ma'am. I was just collecting my organic, grains and things from the market. And she said she noticed my energy. And I turned around and looked at her, and I don't believe in auras or anything like that, but she had this glow about her. And she just began to talk to me, and she mentioned Hinduism, and I remember her passing me like a little postcard, which I still carry in my purse because it has a picture of Swamiji on it. And it was about Atmalinga initiation on it. And I have never removed it from my wallet ever since, because I hold it dear to my heart. And she invited me to come to a completion class in 3 days. And I said, sure, I would love to. Is it okay if I bring my children? And she said, yes, of course. So we went to the temple, and we ended up spending 5 hours there. I remember walking in, and they were bathing the Cosmic Mother, and I just froze. I was just staring at her beauty and her energy. And I didn't understand anything about deities or anything either. And all I understood was that this was, I just didn't want to move. I just wanted to stay there. And then of course the class was starting, and they're like, come on, we need to go. And I just, I reluctantly went, but I just wanted to stay there in her presence. So I went to the class, And it was like the class was designed to tell me exactly what I needed to know. And this is what I've learned about Swamiji, is that no matter what it is that you're going through, there's this lila that he plays, that he works so beautifully into your life, and he knows exactly what you need and when you need it. And that's exactly what he gave me that day. In completion class, they were talking about the school system and the kids and their spirits and how they they need to grow their powers and their energy, and that they're divine beings. And I'm like, yes, everybody would talk down to children, like as if they don't know anything. I'm like, they're not stupid, they're not dumb, these are intelligent beings, and it's our job to guide them. It's not our job just to tell them what to do. And when they explained all of this, I finally felt like I was heard, like somebody understood what it was that I wanted for my children. And that was it. I was After that, it was like miracle after miracle. The very next week I got initiated with my Aunt Malinga. We went to a celebration the following week, 2 weeks later. And mind you, I only met, this was February of this year when I was introduced to Swamiji. And we went to a celebration. I didn't have enough money in my wallet to pay for the bus ride home. Usually they never charge me for the kids, but for some reason that they the bus driver was like not having it. So we ended up walking home 6 miles that day with 2 children. Okay, this is the miracle that occurred. I said, you know what? Swamiji wants us to learn to walk really far today. And my kids are like, okay. And so, we walked all the way home. We picked flowers, we smelled them, we, found butterflies. We found a way to get home. The last mile, my younger daughter was like, my legs hurt, Mama. I really don't want to walk anymore. And for some reason, in that moment, I remembered a darshan, or something that Swamiji had said in a satsang. And he was doing this thing where he just kept saying, wake up, Shiva, wake up, Shiva. And it was like a mantra that he did. And he did it in different tones and different things. And so I just started saying that. And my children started jumping up and down. And we ended up running that last mile home. So when we thought we were the most exhausted, we made it all the way home with tons of energy to spare. And every light was green, like every light that we hit was green. And my daughter was like, that's Paramashiva, he's turning all the lights green. They called her, because they see Paramashiva as female. It really doesn't matter because it's male and female, everything is oneness. And she's like, how is that doesn't happen, Mama, that doesn't happen. And I could just see in their eyes how real this was for them. And it touched my heart, and made it completely real for me, to see how connected they were so quickly to Swamiji and to the process. And then that next weekend they got initiated, and we joined Guru Call, and then Paramashivoham came. And it's been this beautiful roller coaster of intensity and miracles, like one after the other after the other. And so I joined batch 1. It was in the middle of the night. I was half awake, half asleep, but I was just like, I'm going to give it my all. I don't know. My kids, sometimes they would stay up and power manifest with me at midnight, rolling oranges. And it was just so much of bliss. Then came the day they were talking about Sarva Pirityaga. And I just got this urge to like I can do this. I trusted so much in everything that's being said. I have, I don't even have a bank account here. I'm actually going to show you. This is what I have. It's a little tin can that I keep my money in. That's it. I have no bank account. I only have my little tin can of cash. And so I had some savings in there that I had been hanging on to, right? So just in case with the kids, you never know what you're going to need. I had already run out of food stamps for the month, but there's my daughter being spontaneous here. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I put it in a little pouch. I sealed it up. I said, this is Swamiji's. This is my Sarva Pirityaga, because I couldn't do it online quite yet, but I said, I'm going to figure it out. And I set it aside, and the most amazing things happen. I said, I don't even know, I'm out of fruit. We have plenty of rice and lentils. We'll be fine. You know, something will work out. And I had no income coming in. And the next day, the next day, my mom came home with a whole bag of oranges from a neighbor. And we sat there and made orange juice and had orange peels. And then the following day, my brother walked in, like I literally crossed him in the hallway. And mind you, I didn't tell my family any of this. I just kind of did it on my own because it was like a personal experience with me and Swamiji. And I crossed him in the hallway. He walked in. He handed me, a bag of bananas, and this doesn't normally happen where I just get handed, fruit all the time. And so he handed me a bag of bananas, and then he handed me an envelope full of cash. And I was like, and it was more than I had Sarva Piritiaga less than 48 hours ago. And it was our tax refund that I wasn't expecting to come for months, because it was like the timing just made no sense. And so I just started I went to my room and just started crying. And that evening we logged into Paramashivoham, and then the Apitsanyas came on. And there's just something about the acharyas and the way they carry themselves. They have this beauty, this strength, this grace, this power. And I was just like, I can do that. I like, that used to be me. Where did that go? How can I, Swamiji would talk about this is possible for everyone. And I was like, I want that for myself. I deserve that. I want to teach that to my children. And I always believe that whatever you teach to your children, obviously you need to know yourself in order to teach it. And so they began to talk about Apitsanyas, and I just started crying. Just tears started flowing out of my face. I didn't even know if I could do this because I had children. And I was always afraid to call the HOR because, I was kind of new to temple, and I'm like, she's always busy. I don't want to be a bother, But on that day, I picked up that phone. I called Ma Muktika from the LA temple. I was like, Ma Muktika, can I do this? Is this possible? And she's like, yes. And the kids will just become Balasins. And I started crying all over again because it was like miracle after miracle after miracle, everything I had asked for and more, like to the next level was being just showered, one after the other. When you let go and you give that just complete humbleness and to the Guru and just trust in his every word, it really happens. Everything happens more than you can ever imagine. So if it's crossed your mind, if it's touched your heart, just go for it. You can't even imagine the blessings you'll receive.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you so
It
much
was
for
beautiful
listening,
sharing. Thank you so much for coming on, for sharing about your journey to Apat Sannyas. Finally, we have Ma Paramashivopriya. I think we missed you before, you dropped off, but now you're here. And we'd like for you to share finally on your journey to Apat Sannyas and how you've taken up this pathway.
Thank you so much. Actually, my power manifestation is what happened a minute ago. That's why my internet dropped. I had texted Deborah earlier that I wanted to be last, not thinking anything about it. Well, Paramashiva manifested me being last because my internet dropped. Okay. It was thank you so much. Thank you so much, Swamiji. Okay, so this is my story. I'll say it really quick because I know we're running behind. But basically, I think I've been seeking my whole life through different, at different times. But when I first came to I came to Sadashivoham in 2016 after my dad had died, but several things had happened. Like I'd become a yoga teacher, and one of my mutual friends had gone to a program, an IA program in December, I think in 2013. And anyway, he shared, as soon as I saw Swamiji's picture, I think I had been looking at his videos like on Third Eye because I was really interested in that when I was doing my yoga teacher training. Anyway, as soon as I saw these pictures he was showing me of Swamiji, I was like, I mean, I just knew that was who I was supposed to see. But I was in a bunch of SDHD about poverty. I mean, I thought there's no way I can afford that, so I just kind of pushed it aside. But 4 years later, I made it. So I'm sorry it took me that long. But anyway, I had such an amazing experience at Paramashivoham, and it was probably a better time for me anyway, because since my father had died, I felt more free to do, like, I felt like at that point in my life, I was doing what I wanted to do, not what anyone else was telling me to do, or it was socially acceptable for me to do, because I don't come from a Hindu background, and I really didn't know anything about Hinduism. I'm still learning about it. However, I know for a fact that this is where I belong, because I completely feel embraced, and not only that, but I just felt like immediately at home when I went to Paramashivoham, and I didn't want to leave there, even though I had a son. I have a son. He was 12 at the time, and I thought there's just no way I could leave him, because I was ready to jump in right then. But anyway, here we are. That was in 2016, so it's been about 3 or 4 years. I've been to several programs, so much healing and growth, a lot of patterns that are still being cleared out of me. Swamiji's just doing amazing things, helping me overcome patterns that I'm sure are passed beyond this lifetime. A lot of just fear and anyway, but so many things have happened. It's been an incredible journey. And here I am this year. Okay, so in 2017, I went to a yoga program. Then I went to Paramashivoham in India. And then last year, I just did, like, after Paramashivoham, I did multiple homas, like Mahaguru Homa, and in Houston, and another one, just these big, huge homas with the Houston Temple, which were amazing. And I cannot say, each one has just exponentially sent me to the next level, next level, next level, next level. And so many beautiful people that I have I love the community, the Sangha, and the Swamiji has just so beautifully created this environment for us to grow and evolve in such a wonderful way. And of course, I wanted to be part of Sri Kailasa. I didn't know how I was going to manifest it, because I thought, well, I've got the son at home, and things are, I had been wanting to do this the Adinavasi route anyway. So when they announced it last year, I was like, oh, I want to do that so bad. But then I did the Paramashivoham too. I got to hurry up by now. So I did that, like 2 of those, and I'm like, that's it. I'm doing it. What have I got to lose? And anyway, I had already figured out, okay, whatever's mine is Swamiji. So I had already crossed that. So there was no division anymore. And I said, this is it. This is what I want to do. And this is what I want to spend the rest of my life doing, standing up for Hinduism, and to help, the whole, super conscious breakthrough, be a part of that, and to help other beings, know, a guru, know Swamiji. And it's just, I'm just so thankful. I can't say more than that. But it has been so powerful, and I'm still getting so much healing, and so many things are just manifesting because of Swamiji's love and grace. That's all I can say, really.
Thank you, Ma.
You're welcome.
What we have been able to hear so far from all of these Apat sannyasis, whom, if you see, are from all over the world, from different parts and different backgrounds, how taking this step of sannyas has literally breakthrough. And of course, that is the aspect of Guru which we wanted to bring out today. The aspect of being able to have and experience this ultimate lifestyle. Of course, the purview of the Guru does not simply end there. The Guru not only leads us to a higher lifestyle, but even after we leave the body, even after our soul has departed, the transformation continues. As Swamiji says, it's not just one lifetime, but a relationship for lifetimes. Here to share with us about the Shraddha, the puja that Swamiji and Gurus, that is inherent in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, for giving liberation even after the soul has left the body and after death, is Ma Shivananda and Ma Bodhana from Ohio, from the Nithyananda Hindu Temple in Ohio, where Swamiji has blessed that all of the souls which will be offered the puja or done the puja for Shraddha will be liberated in this very temple. So here to share about the Ohio Prayag, the Nithyananda Hindu Temple in Ohio, which has been blessed to be a Prayag of the West, is Ma Bodhana and Ma Shivananda. Thank you for joining us, Ma. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Ma, for giving us this opportunity to share for this Guru Purnima day, which is coming tomorrow, day after tomorrow. As you know, Swamiji has created all over the world these spiritual centers, energy centers all over the world. And our temple, everybody knows it is a blessed SJP, Sarvajñapita, and which is situated on the river bank of Olentangy River. And it is called the Prayag because there are three rivers joining, the two rivers joining, and there is a spring. So when Swamiji inaugurated our temple, he said this is going to be a Paschim Prayag, and because this has the same energy of Allahabad, we'll be seeing in the video how he announced it, how this place is energized with that. So we have had festivals and everything. We'll be showing that. After the video, after the people are able to see the video, we'll explain that. So if you can go ahead and show the video now, and then we'll be explaining it. Thank you.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I'll answer your questions. Questions.
The first question today is from Inner Awakening, ID number 8, Madhur, who's asking Pranam Swamiji. From the other day's comments about cause and effect and Shraddha in the Maheshwara Puja, it seems that completion with the departed souls may also lead to reducing the karmic account between the departed souls and I. Is this correct? Is this understanding correct?
Let me read the question. Madhur, yes, please be seated. Pranam Swamiji, from the other day's comments about cause and effect and Shraddha, Maheshwara Puja, it seems that completion with the departed souls also may lead to reducing the karmic account between the departed souls and I. Is this understanding correct? I'll say your understanding is correct, but I would like to add some more things to your understanding. Sometimes this karmic debt stays in you so heavily, even with so many of your completion, still in the heart you continue to carry some incompletion. At that kind of moments, at that kind of situations, the completion with the departed souls through Shraddha. There are few places in India well known for that energy, both Gaya. In Gaya, where Buddha became enlightened, there is a huge, beautiful Vishnu temple. There it is the Vishnu's feet are worshipped. The place is well known for the energy of Pinda Shraddha, completion with the departed souls. And Badri, in Badrigashram, when you do Shraddha, Brahma himself receives in his Kapala. Brahma Kapala. Kala Bhairava himself receives, having Brahma Kapala. Please understand, when you give in Badrigashram, Kala Bhairava, holding Brahma's skull, receives the Pinda and offers it to Vishnu, where all the three are connected. So in Badrigashram or Gaya, both Gaya, or in Manasarovar, these are the places you can offer the Shraddha. Please understand, it really does the completion in the level of biomemory. In the level of biomemory. Take enough time, do completion with them, and offer the Shraddha. It does completion in the level of biomemory itself. So, I'll sincerely encourage every human being to do completion with the departed souls, so that the people living now, you and your next generation, can experience the joy of completion. And I also declare, in US, our Ohio temple will specially radiate the energy on the banks of Ganga and Yamuna and Saraswati in Prayag. Anybody does Shraddha in our Ohio temple, Ohio Prayag temple, it will be received directly by Kalabhairava through his Brahmakapala and offered to Vishnu. It will reach your elders, the departed souls. Ohio Prayag will radiate this special energy of helping and supporting you in completing with the departed souls. That place has that ambience. You have to do the Shraddha and take bath in that river, Sangam. You will see the completion happens.
आनंद गंगा माता की
This is our dedication from Ohio, Prayag, to our dear Swamiji, HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. We are always in grateful gratitude to him, because we are just blessed with such a place, with the natural energy of water and also the blessings of Paramashiva himself. The temple and the premises, the river radiates the three pillars of Sanatana Dharma. Swamiji has declared that it is spiritual truth, the sacred secrets, pilgrimage centers, and Kshetras and Titras. We have that as the river, and the great festival and celebrations. That's what we put together. What we are blessed with, all of us are blessed with, to serve the humanity with these privileges. See, it is very hard to have a river and the temple, especially Shiva temple on a river, Tirtha. Like in all Himalayas and Gangas, only you have that opportunity, and we are blessed here with that, which is blessed by Bhagavan himself. So, and people who have done Shraddha here have said that they feel immense peace. Even recently, a person came and did, and he said he feels immense peace after doing the Shraddha here. So, it is the experience of people, no matter where they are from. And as you can see, they are from all kinds of different backgrounds. They come and they may not even understand what Shraddha means, but when they do it here, they are really feeling the peace like he declared. And then they take the bath in the river. See, like one is for sannyas is for a liberation. And after the soul departs, it is also looking for liberation. And Bhagavan has granted that in this place. So we are very grateful, and we are able to serve through this and his blessings. And Guru Purnima Day is the best day to share this with you all. So we made this video possible. And I want Ma Bodhana to share it also, because we have been here together from the time of the temple started. Thank you.
Nithyanandam, thank you very much, Ma Shivananda. And thank you, Swamiji, for this beautiful opportunity to offer you this video today. So this place, Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple, is only about transformation. And all of us that have been there and people who are recently coming experience transformation really from the minute they walk into the temple or walk on the grounds. So this is our whole goal in life as a human being, and our whole reason for being with Swamiji is transformation. And as Shivananda said, he's given us this gift, this incredible temple that's right on a river, so that we can experience the ultimate transformation without being directly with Swamiji all the time. So we invite all of you to come, of course, after COVID. Ohio's still in a somewhat locked down position, but it's a great place for any sannyas who's living out their, their lifestyle. Actually, that's what I want to say. It is the best place to live a Sanatana Hindu Dharma lifestyle. It has the 3 pillars that Swamiji talked about. We're able to do all of the rituals, we're able to have our daily practices, and all of it is enhanced and enriched by that river. So thank you all for watching tonight or today, and we look forward to seeing you all virtually in the meantime until we can meet in person. Nithyanandam.
Thank you, Ma Bodhana and Ma Shivananda for introducing us to the Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple in Ohio and the beautiful context, the service contribution it is doing continuously to humanity. A part of the immense contribution and gifts that Swamiji has brought down from Kailasa is liberation even after death. No matter what, in all aspects, in various different forms, Swamiji has literally made that breakthrough happen in our lives. And as we saw now, it's not just through the lifestyle of sannyas, but also even after death, the relationship with the Guru persists, and he absolutely never gives up on each and every one. With this, it has come time to soak in the divine revelations from Swamiji himself. It's come time for the Nithyananda Satsang. So let us now sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and remember Swamiji. Completely soak in the ultimate gratitude as we prepare ourselves for Guru Purnima Day. And let's remember with gratitude Swamiji's grace and blessings. With this, I invite all to share this satsang and let's keep the Satya Sankalpa to align back to the Guru in our lives, to Swamiji. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and let's chant the Mahavakya as we await the Nithyananda Satsang from Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om.
You all have reached enough level of completion to mirror exact the neuron activity happening in my brain. So understand, please listen, all of you have reached enough level of completion to mirror whatever is happening in my brain, the neuron activity. Now, when I am narrating this experience, I wanted to tell you with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing. I'll tell you the exact truth. As it happened, authentically. When I am going to narrate, that same experience I will be letting it happen in my brain. I will be letting that same experience, that same neuron activity happen in my brain. So just sit and listen from the space of feeling connection. You will see the same neuron activity just mirroring in your brain. Understand? All of you are clear? Please listen. It was around the age of 11 and a half, before my enlightenment experience. Maybe 11. One day, as usual, I was going around the temple. Actually, temple was the place I was brought up. Literally brought up. That is why some of our ashramites and swamis trying to buy the house in which I was brought up. They were trying to buy the house. I said, if you have to make a memorial for the place where I was brought up, where I was born can never be bought because it is a government hospital. If you have to make a memorial in the place where I was brought up, you should make the memorial in the temple, not in the house I was brought up, because I spent more time in the temple than the house I was supposed to be brought up, the house where my parents were staying. The moment I remember the temple, the joy experience, I can say that the temple was the place, everything for me in my life. So early morning, 4:30, the temple elephant will carry the water pot for the deity's bath, sacred bath. It will go crossing the street where we used to live. From my family temple, it will go to the main temple. My whole family and the community was very closely associated to temple and its administration. So from my family temple, that water pot will go every morning on the elephant. They will be beating the drums and all that. The moment I hear that sound, actually I would have woken up much earlier, but the moment I hear that sound, I will be joining the team and going and opening the temple. And the night, when the deity is put to bed, only then I will come, and then after that I have 2-3 other appointments, going and seeing Ram Surat Kumar, spending little time with them, with him in the cremation ground. He used to live in the cremation ground for quite a long time. Then he moved near the temple on small house. Wherever he is, I'll go and sit with him and spend time with him. And then late night, I'll come back to the house. So one day, when I was going around the temple, behind the main shrine, there is a small 4-pillared hall structure. And below that structure, there is a small kind of a cave structure. That's also a small 2-pillared structure. It can be said as cave, looks like cave. Suddenly I saw one young sadhu walking out of that cave place. This is the small cave out of which that young sadhu walking out. See this 4-pillared structure and the small 2-pillared structure. From that small 2-pillared structure, one young sadhu walked out. I used to think it was a cave because of the darkness inside. Young sadhu walked out. If I have to describe his beauty and grace, young, well built, long hair with the sacred ash on the face and kumkum and rudraksha, only one dhoti in the hip and only one towel on the shoulder, bare chest, whole body was literally shining. Shining means really shining. Glowing in the golden color. Maybe I can equate this photograph. I can't say exactly like this photograph because in this photograph they painted him more bluish. When I saw him, it was not bluish. It was more a golden color. And there was no snake around his neck or a moon around his neck. Just a very normal human form. But an extraordinary grace. The towel was only up to the lower knee level, not the whole dhoti, lower knee level, and one towel on the, you can't call that as a full dhoti. Little smaller than dhoti, and one towel on the shoulder, rudraksha. Rudraksha in the hands also. Shining. Hair was left free, but it was so beautiful, you can feel it is almost like a Dakshinamurti's jata. It was standing on its own beautifully. Long hair. And the main thing I have to tell, wide smile. The moment I saw him, I went and touched his feet. Any sadhu I see, I'll go and touch the feet, and now such a graceful sadhu. I ran and touched his feet. He smiled at me and very loving way just put his hand on my head. First sight itself, I experienced the deep feeling connection. such a strong, deep feeling connection. As usual, I have regular questions for any sadhus I see. You are from where? Who is your guru? And what do you do? Have you achieved enlightenment? In Tamil I used to ask, Atma Sakshatkar Ayiricha Ungalukku? Means have you achieved the enlightenment experience? And can you teach me? My usual questions. I started asking my same usual questions. He smiled and he started answering. Other than the question, who is your guru? He answered everything. And then some ordinary topics. Those days the ordinary topics means what? When is the next Utsavam in the temple? Why are they not putting enough flowers on the deity nowadays? Which Utsavam, when they are celebrating, why they are celebrating, why they are not celebrating. These are our gossips. The whole city will have gossip only about temple. Whether you talk good things or bad things, it will all be about temple. Good things will be, oh, nowadays lot of crowd is coming for the temple. Bad thing will be, why they are not maintaining the temple properly. That's all will be the maximum rumor, gossip we know. And all these small talks I was having. He was also sitting and having all these small talks with me. And who is who in the town? Who is doing what? Tell her to wake up. Please sit straight. Don't miss initiation. Such an amazing moment. Don't miss. Please sit straight. So he was having all small talks with me. I was also having small talks. I still remember, I even spoke about one temple priest having an affair with a temple dancer girl. No. He spoke even about those things to me. I still remember. He was telling, do you see this big street Brahmin continuously going to that 4th street? Why is he all the time going there? To her house? I said, yes. And he goes there and directly comes to temple also. Doesn't even go to house and takes bath. We were having all these small talks. I still remember in Tamil he was telling, Patya, அந்த பெரிய தெரு குருக்கள் ஒத்த வடத்திற்கு வாரம் போயிட்டு வரார் பத்தியா. So, all these small talks are also we were having. I don't know how. The day one itself we became so intimate, so close. It's not that he spoke only about Vedanta, enlightenment, the techniques to achieve enlightenment and science of enlightenment, Advaita. He even spoke who is going with whom, who is doing what. Somehow I became very close, intimate. Within one day, if I have to give the essence of my first meeting with him, I won't call Advaita, I won't call enlightenment, I won't call spirituality, I won't call I met a guru and all that. I'll only say, essence of that first day meeting is friendliness. He radiated. God. the amount of friendliness I felt with him, that love I felt with him. Love is a too poor word, stupid word sometimes. Friendliness, that seems to be more right word. Friendliness to the extreme, to the extent, even when I am sitting next to him, I'll feel like I'll put one of my finger on him, on his body, on his leg, or on his hand. I'll just put one of my finger on him. Just want to be touching him. Or I'll just hold his little finger. And sitting and talking. One thing I wanted this to be on record. I don't want to say only I saw him, because when I was sitting and talking, the watchmen who walk in that area, or one or two people who come there to fetch water from the temple tank, they all did not look at me very weird. See, if I was sitting and talking alone, they would have looked at me very weird. They did not look at me very weird. The way they looked at me, I am sure he was seen even by them, not just by me. This sadhu whom I am talking about, he was not just seen by me, even they have seen him. I don't know how they saw him, but they were not looking at me weird. See, if you are sitting alone and talking, people who walk around, they will naturally look at you weird. You will know by how they see you, they are looking at you weirdly or just casually. I don't remember any of them talking to him or he talking to them back. But I remember very clearly few people were walking. Many times when I was sitting and talking with him, few people will walk here and there. They won't look at me like I am sitting alone and talking. They will just see as if two people are sitting and talking, and they will walk. They will go. And I have also not seen anybody coming near me or near him out of curiosity and trying to touch his feet and all that. Usually when the people see the sadhus, they will try to come and touch the feet. That I have not seen. But I remember people not looking at me weirdly. The exact spot where he was sitting and I was sitting with him and speaking, you can see. That's the exact spot where he used to sit. I used to sit and speak. He will sit on the step where I am sitting now, and I will sit one step below. Sometimes he will sit the upper step, one step above. I will sit where I am sitting now. But in these few steps only we will usually sit. And those days that grill gate was not there. The gate was, I think, different, maybe wood. I don't know. I don't remember now. But I don't think it was a grill gate. Anyhow, this is where we used to sit. So the day one, the essence from my memory I can collect. The essence of day one's meeting was extraordinary friendliness. It was not all about Advaita, all about spirituality, all about enlightenment. Even though my questions were all about enlightenment, he was not speaking only about enlightenment. He was making jokes, comments, funny observations about various things. I am not able to remember that every statement by statement, sentence by sentence. But one thing I can recollect is that extraordinary friendliness he radiated. And the space he gave me. I did not even feel like asking him when I started holding his toe or his little finger. I slowly put my hand on his toe and see how he responds. And I've never seen him resisting, so I'll just hold his toe. I used to think the more you are touching his body, more energy will pass. Like electricity connection. That's a belief I had, and he was so friendly. Not only he did not resist, he entertained. That's the exact word I should say. He entertained. So first day I went up to holding the toes. I did not want to irritate him also. And sitting holding his toes. I think I was sitting his right side. So I was holding his left toe. He was sitting folded legs. I was holding his left toe. Maybe that is why I got Devi's grace first. Left side is Devi's. But the amount of hair he had, still I am wondering. It used to be up to the thighs, his thighs. That long, thick. Whenever I see long hair, I will remember him only. Anyhow, it became late night. Usually the temple watchman, they will just go around to lock the temple, to see whether anybody is there inside the temple before locking. Those days, I was very close to the watchman, so they will say, sometime, if I am sitting, hey, if you want to sleep here itself, sleep, but don't come in between the night and ask us to open the door to go out. If you want to leave, leave now, or you sleep here with us itself. But don't ask us in the middle of the night, you want to go to the house, open the door. What do you want to do? They'll give me the option. Sometime I'll go out and sometime I'll sleep there itself. Usually I'll go out because early morning to take bath, again I have to go to the house only. The temple, inside temple, the bathroom and the restroom, we will not be able to use. So we will have to go to the house only to take bath and get ready. And I also had deities, I have to do puja, my personal deities. So I have to go to the house only. So it became late night. And I remember the watchman telling in Tamil, Samingla, Enchiponga, time achi, koil putno. So with this word, I can be sure that he was seen even by the watchman, because the watchman addressed in plural. He said, "O Swamis, go out, we will have to lock the temple. Go to your home, we have to lock the temple." So he did not address as a Swami, he addressed as Swamis. "O Swamingla," means it is he was also seeing him. That is why he addressed as both Swamis. go out. We will have to lock the temple. Then I looked at him and told him, where are you staying? He said, I am staying in the temple only. But actually, some of the sadhus were staying in the temple at that time. They were all having their own small caves. I thought, he is also staying here in one cave. I said, okay, then I am going to the... He said, all right, go to the house and take bath and sleep and do your puja and come back tomorrow. I told him, if I come back tomorrow, can I see you? He said, yes, anytime come here and call my name, I will come out. I am here only. And he showed the cave. I was thinking that as a cave at that time. So I went to the house. I tell you, just visualize when you fall in love first time and you are waiting to meet the person again next day morning, how the clock will not move. That is exactly I was feeling. I was sitting, every 10 minutes I will see the clock. I had one small alarm clock for me to get up and go to the temple. That clock will make such a noise. Everyone will in the house will curse that clock and me early morning every day. So I'll wake up and see the clock. It's only 12 o'clock. I'll lie down, sleep. Again when I wake up and see the clock, it's only 12:10. Actually, I moved the needle. I wanted to make it as 4 o'clock. Because 4 o'clock they'll open the temple door. Then I thought, if I move only my clock, how can I make them open the temple? I waited. Around 2:30, 3 o'clock, I could not handle anymore. I ran and took bath, did all my puja. 4 o'clock, I came and stood in the street for the elephant to come to the temple. An elephant came as usual. It came around 4-5, but that 5 minutes I cannot tolerate. I can't handle. What happened to the elephant fellows? Nowadays they are not following the tradition properly. I cursed his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, his whole Vamsa. These fellows don't do anything properly nowadays. Finally, that elephant and all the team came. Only that day I was feeling this elephant is walking very slow. Finally, we reached the temple and they opened the temple gate. I ran to this cave where I met him. Usually I will run to the main Garbha Mandir, main sanctuary, and have darshan, only then go anywhere. But today directly I ran. I called him Swami, Swami. Immediately he came out again. He sat. I was sitting and talking to him. I told him whole night I was thinking about you only. I saw his face expression. He was pleased, I think. He was smiling. And I saw him, that time itself he was dressed as usual, means one dhoti, saffron color, not the color exactly I am wearing, little light color, which we used to have earlier, that light color, and one towel on the shoulder. He was already ready with all his vibhuti and kumkum and rudraksha. I asked him, you finished your puja? That's the usual question. He smiled and he did not answer. Many of the questions you will just smile in a very mystical way or mischievous way. You can say both blunder of mystical and mischievous. Mischievous, mystical. So again, second day also I sat with him and we were speaking so many things. I remember whole day passed, and I also remember in a carrier, a single carrier vessel, in Tamil they call it Tukuvali. In that vessel, he brought food and gave me the temple prasadam. It was a copper vessel, I still remember, with the cover. I ate. He also ate with me. He was clean shaven. Only hair in the head, long hair, but no moustache or beard. Clean shaven. Was looking very young. If I have to assess his age, it will be, I will surely assess less than 30. I can say 25 to 30. That is what I will assess. But well built and graceful. A tall figure. Very graceful, must be 6 feet tall and very graceful, well built. Again we were sitting and talking. More than talking, I know it was just spending time together. Today I got little courage, so I started holding his little finger. Only when he is talking, when he raises the hand to do some gesture, I'll shift my hand to his leg, his toe. Otherwise, I'll be holding the hand. It went on for many days, weeks. In 10-15 days, I can say, he became almost just breath of my life. My day is like whole day I'll be with him, whole night I'll be waiting for him, that's all. How many of you wait to come for the morning satsang to see me? Then all of you can understand what I am saying. You just wait for the next morning to happen, to rush and see him. I know, I wake up only to see him. When I wake up, he is there in my eyes. When I open my eyes, I want to see his form. When I close my eyes, his photo is there inside. If I have to describe my relationship or what was happening at that time with him, I should tell you this story. There is a beautiful example in Upanishad. Upanishad is the source book of Hinduism, just like Bible for Christianity, Quran for Islam. Vedas are the source book of Vedic Hindu tradition. And Upanishads are the main chapters of the Vedas based on which our life is running. Upanishads are more like instructions and truths about life. So in one Upanishad there is a beautiful story. In a tree, huge tree, there was a small bird which used to jump from branch to branch. Sometime it will eat sweet fruit in the tree and jump. Some other branches will have a bitter fruit. When it eats the bitter fruit, understand it's a very beautiful simile or a example with an amazing truth. When that small bird eats the bitter fruit, it will feel pain. On that same tree, on the top of the tree, there was a big bird sitting, golden color, shining. That big bird neither eats bitter fruit nor eats the sweet fruit. It just sits in the peace and silence, completion. It's radiating its glory. This small bird, which is running between these lower level branches, sometime when it eats the sweet fruit, it feels joyful, and bitter fruit, it feels bad. When it feels bad, it look up and see the big bird and think, see that bird, so beautiful, is so graceful, he doesn't have any pain, any suffering. Why not me also become like that? So it will think, yes, let me go near that bird and become like that bird. It will start jumping towards that bird. But when it is going towards that bird, suddenly on the way, it will eat some fruit which is very sweet. The moment it eats the sweet fruit, it will forget that big bird and it will start eating more fruit till it lands on the bitter fruit again. The moment it eats the bitter fruit again, it will look up and say, I should become like that bird. And then again it will start going towards that big bird. This small bird is spending all his life like this, jumping here, there, suddenly looking up when it eats the bitter fruit. But when it eats the sweet fruit, forgetting the big bird, forgetting everything, just eating the sweet fruits. Finally one day, by jumping like this small bird has somehow reached very near the big bird. And one fruit which that small bird ate was so bitter, it decided not to look this side and that side, it just locked its mouth and straight went near that big bird. When it went near that big bird, the more it went near, it felt he himself is the reflection of that big bird. And more when he went, he just merged and became one with that big bird. I don't even need to explain the concept behind the story, I think now. I've explained the example so clearly. The concept I don't even need to explain, all of you understood, I think. But I'll try to give few more words for you to understand the concept. Big bird is the cosmic enlightened being. Paramatma, small bird is you, the individual soul. The bitter fruit is the incompletions and pains and sufferings. Sweet fruit is the once in a while small joys, completions you experience. When you experience little sweet things in the life, kind of a fulfillment, you forget about Paramatma. But when you get into the bitter fruit, you immediately remember and look up. And here, there, jumping. Somehow, when you really eat a bitterest fruit, and you decide after that you will never open the mouth again, means you will never allow any more incompletions, and straight look up and move near him, you will understand first you will understand you are his extension. Next you will understand you are just his shadow. Third you will understand you are just his presence. Fourth you will understand you are he. Exactly. This is the exact relationship I had with him. I can say he was my everything. Everything. One day in course of conversation, I was telling him the story, some incident about one of the great saintly enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. That disciple used to write the teachings of Ramana Maharshi, and every day he will bring it and show it again to Ramana Maharshi. And if there is some mistake, spelling mistake or grammar mistake, Bhagavan will edit in his own hand, with his own handwriting. So, that sadhu, by the time actually I know his name, I asked his name, he said, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I know his name by then. So I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I was telling about this story, then Arunagiri Yogeshwara smiled and said, maybe that is the way that Swami was trying to get the handwriting of Ramana Maharshi in his notebook. And he also made a comment, just to get the Ramana Maharshi's handwriting, this Swami will make more and more mistakes. The moment I heard, immediately I thought I got a very brilliant idea. I thought I will also start writing and bring the notebook to you. You will pen down, you will write, I will keep your handwriting with me. And I did it. At least I had 3-4 notebooks. It's very unfortunate that we are not able to get those notebooks. Now, let's see, Kal Bhairava will get it for us. Two, 3 notebooks and 1 or 2 diaries, where I will try to pen down in the night whatever I could remember we spoke, and then purposely make mistakes in writing and bring it to him next day. He will also read and smile, and purposely he knows I have done mistake purposely and he will write few lines, few words on it, and he will do editing, means like a crossing or adding. And I very clearly remember he has signed even once, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. so many things, so many things. We used to speak. Once I remember he told me that don't go around and tell everyone that you are every day meeting me and talking to me. I took that as an instruction. I never asked why. That was one good thing I had. If I accept somebody as my guru, that's all. I will simply surrender. No question of why, what and all that. Before accepting, I will ask all the questions. The moment I accept, after that no questions asked. That was my lifestyle. Everything was going well. I remember him talking to me about various subjects. Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Upanishads. I even remember taking 4 Upanishad book to him, which was given to me by Isaki Swamigal. Tamil translation of the 4 Upanishads. And where he opened and read out some lines and explained some lines to me. And I had the fortune of directly singing the Devarams of Jnana Sambandar to me. I have heard some of the great songs, Devarams, from his own mouth. I even asked him once, how do you know all this? He said in Tamil, இங்கேயே தானே இருக்கேன், இங்கேயே தானே பாடிட்டு இருக்காங்க, அதனால கேட்குறேன், அதனால தெரியுது. He said, I am here only all the time, na, and they are singing all the time here. Na. So I am listening, so I know. These are all that mystical, mischievous answers. With more time passing, I got more comfortable with him. I ate with him. I have slept in his lap. Sometime he will sit, I will lean on him and stretch my leg. He was never just a guru. He was far more than that. Far, far, far more. He was much more than any fantasy you guys can have about Guru. He was just too much beyond any fantasy you can have about Guru and how you should be living with Guru. Whatever fantasy you guys may be having, how you should be living with Guru, I have lived 1,000 times more and beyond with him. He is the fulfillment of all existing and possible fantasies. That's the word I will utter. Existing and possible fantasies of a guru-disciple relationship. I have seen him materializing. I have seen him flying. I have seen him perform all types of miracles. I have seen him teaching me all these siddhis. While he teaches, he will perform and show. I have seen him bringing the moon directly in front of me. understand, I am neither lying nor I am a brain deranged person. I am neither lying nor my brain is deranged. I am not telling you any stories. I am telling you the truth as it happened. I have heard about so many scriptures from him. Never he will take more than few minutes to explain any scriptures to me. Immediately he will show through some miracle or just like experience he will transmit. Any samyama he has to teach, he will just teach through experience. Whether the way he looks, sits, carries himself, or the words he utters, or the joy he radiates, or the friendliness he radiates, or the way he taught, everything is beyond fulfilling any possible fantasies. I have seen him making disappear the whole world other than both of us, or showing everything inside him. I have seen him showing Vishwarupa, that everything is he. So much he has transmitted to me. I don't know whether I will be able to transmit all that to humanity, at least put it in record. The time of next 126 years, I am going to be using this body. So much he has transmitted. So much he has taught. All was going well. Almost he became my life breath. And I will even carry food from the house and he will eat. One great thing with my mother, she is such a sweet person, never, ever, she will say no to people, food. Any sadhu comes, any beggar comes, my mother's father is such a person, still outside his house they have two small tanks made out of stone, where they will pour water for the dogs, cows, which walk in the street for them to drink. Still they have the tradition. Even if the food is remaining, they will mix it with the water and keep it for the cow. Means not the own, their cows are pet dogs. For the stray dogs, for the stray cows, which goes around in the street. And I remember my father's side grandmother also, she will also feed any stray dog. She will get them. Somehow she will become friends with them and feed them. If they have some skin disease, she will take them to the hospital. Whether it is the sadhus or pets or beggars, my house was always open. My mother was a typical village lady waiting to feed people. So whenever I ask, I wanted to take food for some sadhus, she will immediately pack and give. She will never have a second word. She will never grumble, grudge, nothing. She will immediately pack and give. She will only ask Swami, what do you want? You want idli or you want rice? Idli means breakfast, rice means lunch and dinner, both. That's all. That is the only two menu. That is a standard menu. In any middle class house in the village, this will be the standard menu. She will ask, what do you want? And whatever I say, she will pack and give. I have seen Arunagiri Yogeshwara eating with me. One day I told him, please you come to the house, my house. And he laughed and said, you come to the house, place where I am staying. House where I am staying. The moment he said, I know, wow, it's such an opportunity. I said, come on, take me. You only never took me. I told him, come on, take me. You never took me the house where you are staying. Take me to your room. I thought inside that cave only he is staying. I know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are so many caves, and I have seen the cave size of where 1,000 people can sit. Please understand, in Tiruvannamalai I have seen the caves, such huge, large size caves, 1,000 people can sit. That size caves I have seen, with water facility and lighting, the natural lighting and water. I have seen the caves. So I thought maybe this cave will lead to his cave where he is staying. And I also know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are many underground paths, subways. So I asked him, take me to the place where you are staying. He said, come on, let's go. He entered into that cave by bending, and I remember he just held my hand and pressed. Please understand, now I wanted to put this on record. First time when he pressed the hand, I lost body consciousness. All these days I was with him, I never lost body consciousness. First time I lost body consciousness. So, from this moment, whatever I am describing, I do not know whether physically I was part of that scene or I was taken out of my body and this experience happened. I am not able to be clear. Because the moment he pressed my hand to pull me inside the cave along with him, I lost the body consciousness. And even the scenes I remember after this were not like this worldly. He just walked into a cave and I also walked with him, and suddenly the cave opened and we came out and I saw a huge banyan tree, little bigger than our Biddi banyan tree. It was Arunachala hill, that much I can very clearly say. And the huge banyan tree. And maybe some 20-30 sadhus were sitting around the seat of the Guru. The seat of the Guru was empty. They were all sitting down, meditating. The moment he walked in, all of them got up and stood and did namaskar. The way they bowed down, I know he is the Guru of that area, means Guru of that group. He went and straight sat on the Guru's seat. The way he went and sat authoritatively, I know he is the Guru. And all of them are his disciples, very elderly sadhus with a long beard, just like you listen and see in the stories. how the Dakshinamurti used to be sitting under the banyan tree and all his old disciples used to sit. That's exactly the scene. The scene happened in Kailasa, happening in Bididi. Was literally happening. I saw. The way he went and sat. Literally he sat like Dakshinamurti only. He just went and put his leg little this way, that's all. That's the way he sat. Where he put the left leg on the right leg and little closer he kept. Then usual posture of Dakshinamurti you see. This is exactly the way he sat. And he started answering some of the questions they all asked. They were addressing him with so much of reverence. And they all fell flat when he sat in his seat and did namaskar and sat up. I was the only small boy in that group, but I was looking around and seeing all of them. Maybe after some time, their attention turned on me and one person said, "Who is this person? He is the only person without kavi here, who is not a swami, sannyasi." That kind of it did not exactly meant I am not a sannyasi or a person without having kavi, something like that. Because I was with my school uniform. I remember very clearly that dark blue and light blue. Must be, because 11 means by the time I've already started going to the high school, 6th grade. So dark blue and light blue. In Indian villages, kids will not change they will wear the uniform even in the holidays. They may not go to school, but they will be always wearing the uniform only, same dress only. I still remember the half trouser of dark blue and shirt of light blue. That was the school uniform. And immediately that's all, my Kundalini. I said, I may not be wearing kavi, I am also sannyasi only. And I saw Aranagiri Yogeshwara laughed. Then he said, then why you are not wearing kavi? I asked him, you give me kavi. He laughed and he looked. Immediately I saw one sadhu brought kavi clothes. And I did not even have a second thought to remove and throw my dress. I just removed all my dress. Naked I walked near him without even having a second thought. And he himself tied that kavi cloth in my hip like a dhoti. He himself tied it. I still remember, just tied the cloth and hugged me. Gave energization, put his hand on my head. Naturally, the experience was just out of the world. And I came and sat in the group. Now I felt one with that group, and group also felt one with me. They did not feel now I am an outsider. One good thing, still I have that cloth given by him. Still the cloth is there. Because the cloth is there, I feel the experience is either happened in the physical plane or a metaphysical plane which gets converted to physical plane. See, there are some metaphysical experience which disappears when the conversion into physical plane happens. But there are some solid metaphysical experiences. It becomes physicality when it comes down to the physical plane. Like Ramakrishna had an experience of Rama giving him the pot full of porridge. A mud pot full of porridge. When he came down from that experience, he had the pot in his hand. The pot was there. The pot did not disappear. Only the Rama's form disappeared, but the pot was there. That did not disappear. So I can say, this experience from the metaphysical plane, when it settled down into the physical plane, the items given remained. That is why I feel the experience has become physical biomemory in me. It remains as a physical bioenergy. And after some time we were sitting and discussing, and all those great yogis and sadhus, they were all talking for a few minutes, and then they all sat in silence for a few minutes. He was sitting gracefully. I neither felt like asking any question nor felt like talking. I can say from my observation that tree looked very real because the leaves were there, fruits were there, the bird's sound I remember, birds were there, and in the breeze the tree was moving. So once it became little dark, late evening, he said, "Come on, let's go back to the temple." I said, "Okay." Again, he brought me back. While we entered the cave, again he was holding my hand. When we came out of the cave to the place exactly where we entered, there only he just left my hand. I saw when he left my hand only, I came to the physical awareness. So either he took my metaphysical body to his metaphysical space, or he took my physical body itself to that metaphysical space. In these two, any one is possible. Because the cloth is there physically with me, I feel it was physical happening, but because it was completely otherworldly, looked out of the world, I am not able to say it is only physical. I'll explain why in the next continuously. That's all. Now my ecstasy is too much. The ecstasy is too much. That new kavi, oh God. I was running around here and there, showing everyone I got the kavi, I got the kavi, I got the kavi. He left me in the temple saying that you can go now, and he went away inside his cave. First person I ran was my guru, Mata Vibhudananda Devi, Vibhudananda Puri. Her name was Kuppammal, local name. I ran to her and showed, see, I have Kavi, I got Kavi. But I did not get the joyful response from her. She became too serious. I did not actually expect serious response from her. I thought she will be very happy. She became very serious and asked, who gave you this Kavi? I said, why? She said, giving Kavi means they gave you sannyas. Actually, she was waiting to give sannyas to me. And how did they give sannyas without asking your father and mother? Now your father and mother, your parents will ask only me. Who gave you the Kavi? I got little frightened. I told there is a sadhu in the temple. He gave me the Kavi. Take me to him. She started telling, no one will give you Kavi. You have stolen from some shop, tell me that. Tell the truth. We will give it back to that shop. I will not tell your grandfather. My grandfather is well known in the city, in that village. So everyone will be afraid of my grandfather, mother's father. I won't tell your grandfather, otherwise I will tell your grandfather you have stolen from some shop. I got more frightened. Oh God, what is this? She is going to tell now, my grandfather I have stolen. I have not stolen, I only got it. Then I said, all right, I will take you to that Swami, come. He only gave me, I have not stolen in any shop. She held me in her hand. She really believed I was stolen in some shop. The kids, when they go here and there in the shop, they will steal little candy, they will steal little sugar. She thought I have stolen. I told her that no, I have not stolen. I never steal, don't you know? She has high regard for me, but I don't know why. She was also confused. She wants to verify directly. When I took her directly to that cave, and I started calling Swami, 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 he did not come out. Almost 9 months. I know him. He is around me. Never he missed coming out. He did not come out. That's all. I was shocked. One side I have to prove to her I have not stolen. Other side she is now making a big ruckus that I have been given sannyas without the parents' permission. I did not bother even about any of those things, but he is not coming out. That was too much. Then she just held my ears and started turning it. Tell the truth, where you have stolen, which shop you have stolen. That's why they will treat in the Indian villages, the kids will be treated. She is my guru, that is why I left it. I allowed her. I said, no, from this cave only that Swami came out. She dragged me and took near that cave and showed me, whom are you trying to cheat? Is this the cave? She pushed that stone and showed me. Only then I realized it was not a cave, it was a sealed, solid stone. Please understand. Only then first time I realized in that 9 months it was a solid stone construction. It was not a cave. That is why I doubt whether Arunagiri Yogeshwara taking me inside was a physical or metaphysical. Because I realized it is a stone construction, not a cave. Shock for me. She said, now I have no justification because I am not able to get Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I said it's a cave, it is not cave now anymore. I just stood. She was just turning my ears. I told her, stop, stop. And I pulled her right hand. I still remember. I told her, I promise in the name of Arunachaleshwara on you, on me, I have not stolen this cloth. Only Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me. With that, I slapped on her hand. See, that is the usual way the kids will tell that, I swear. Swearing, I swear. That is the way I did that to her. In Tamil I said, அண்ணாமலையார் மேலையும் ஓம் மேலையும் என் மேலையும் சத்தியம் பண்ணி சொல்கிறேன், அவர் தான் இந்த துணி கொடுத்தாரு, நான் எங்கேயும் திருடலை. I told her, on Arunachala, on you, on me, I promise. I did not steal in any shop. Arunagiri Yogeshwara only gave. He used to come out of this cave only. When I put my hand and did that satya, I can say maybe this is the first energization I gave. No, the power of that experience was so alive. Maybe first time the brain, my neuron activity mirrored in her brain. Suddenly all her doubt, everything disappeared. All her doubt, skepticism, everything disappeared. Suddenly she kneeled down. I saw in her ears, in her eyes, the tears. Her ears, whole thing is completely listening to me. She said, "Unmaile solriyada? Are you telling the truth?" I said, "Yes." Now she has come to the space of listening to me. She is no more that doubting old lady. She asked, how he was looking. I described to her from where he came out. From this cave only he will come out whenever I call, and he will go in. She asked, "Did you ask his name?" I said, "Yes, I asked." She asked, "What is the name?" He said. Now it's like my zone. Suddenly with all my confidence I said, he said, "His name is Arunagiri Yogeshwara." That's all. She fell at my feet. She literally fell at my feet. I was shaken because she is my guru. She fell at my feet and she was weeping profusely with tears. She said, then she got up and again she was kneeling down and said, "Really da? Unmaileva da?" I remember I put my hand on her head also and said, "Satyama Pati." உன் தலை மேல சத்தியமா சொல்றேன். Means promise, I swear on your head. It is truth. That's it. Maybe I can say it's a second energization for her. She said, hey, we are all meditating for years and doing tapas just to see him once. You really saw him? He gave you the kavi? You spoke to him? Now she is a complete theist. She is completely able to receive the experience I was telling. Even now I use this technique. If some of the disciples are arguing, not listening, I will just touch them. That's all. After that they will listen. They will come to the space of listening. Their energy will change, will become positive. That is why these guys who want to run away, they will never meet me. They know if they meet me, they will not be able to run away. They will disappear without meeting me. She cried, and she could not handle herself. She just left me and went away to the place where she is staying, to her house, which was actually like ashram. She gave that away to Tirunamala temple. She first wanted to give it to me. When I said, no, what am I going to do? I am not going to be physically staying here in Tirunamala. Then she gave it away to temple. Now temple owns that property. Now, I have a big issue. He is not coming. I felt I breached the word he told me. He told me never to tell anybody. I feel because I told Kuppamal, he is not coming, he is angry. So I shouted, screamed, Swami, please come. Don't leave me like this. I will not do this mistake again. I will not tell anybody. Please don't be like this. But I could not see him coming out. One side when I remembered, she told me, Kuppamal told me, he is directly Mahadeva, Shiva. Living here in Arunachala. Ramana Maharshi talks about him. Great Siddhas have seen him. One side that was making my body just explode in joy, bliss. He himself came and gave Kavi to me. Other side, now he is not coming. So that was just squeezing my heart. If I have to describe exactly what I was going through, in Bhagavatam there is a beautiful story. One Gopika wants to go and see Krishna middle of the night. He is sitting in the forest and playing the flute. That sound is coming to her bedroom. Husband is not there. So she runs secretly to go and see him and come back. But the moment she came to the main door of the house, she saw the mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of the daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law, sorry. Mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of her sister-in-law. Even now in any Indian village, if you go and see, if you see 10 houses, in 5 houses you can see this scene. Mother sitting and combing the hair of the daughter on the doorstep. I thought, oh God, from the time of Bhagavatam we have not changed. 5,000 years tradition. Sitting on the door frame and mother combing the hair of the daughter. And removing that lice. This is almost like a 24-hour job. If they don't have, in those days, no other entertainment, na? Only this hair combing. You comb my hair, then I will comb your hair. So beautifully, Vyasa describes. I have to tell you the exact scene. The Gopika runs. The main door frame, the mother-in-law is sitting and the sister-in-law is sitting and she is combing the hair. Seeing that scene, she just stands in this door frame itself. Her door frame itself, and holding the door frame with one hand. One side, when she listens the music of Krishna's flute, all the extraordinary, ecstatic memory of the time she had with Krishna and the memory of Krishna, she is in bliss. Next moment, this sister-in-law and mother-in-law are sitting like buffaloes. Because both of them are there, she cannot go out. They will ask, hey, where are you going in the middle of the night? When husband is also not there, alone. So if she steps out of the house, her character will be questioned. And they are also hearing the music of the flute. I don't know, from that time I think this mother-in-law and sister-in-law never get your devotion and understand what you live and what you go through. Anyhow, whatever it is. Because mother-in-law and sister-in-law are sitting, she is not able to go. Because she is not able to go, the pain of separation was other side. Vyasa describes, the pain was like intense burning. And that bliss of her memory of Krishna was intense joy. This both happening again and again. Because of that pain, she burnt away all her incompletions. Because of that joy, she exhausted all her good karmas. Because she exhausted both, she just became enlightened and fell on the ground, liberated herself. Got liberated. This is the exact story. I have to describe what I was going through at that moment. One side, now I know Mahadeva himself came. I am holding that kavi. I am touching that cloth again and again. He himself came and gave the kavi. The joy, ecstasy, pride, bliss, all that. The other side, the pain, he is not coming. The fear, he may not come at all anymore. I may miss him. That is too much. When these two happened, whatever the remaining little bit of good karmas I had got burnt by the joy and bliss, knowing that he himself lived with me and initiated me. Little bit of whatever bad karmas were left, they got burnt by that fear, whether he may not come at all. This bliss and joy and pain burnt both the karmas. I just dropped. I can say, by crying, I just slept away there itself. I should not even use the word slept. I fell into some state. I got lost. Anyhow, after some time, I think it was a late night, I was sleeping in the temple. I don't want to say sleeping, lying in the temple. The temple watchmen, they will come and wash the temple. Any festival day, they will come and wash the temple in the night. So usually, I will also help them. How to help? How I will help them? They will put the tube in the tap, and they will be having the broomstick and washing the floor. And we boys who are volunteering, we'll have to just hold the tap and walk behind them, pouring water. That's the voluntary service we used to do. So, that watchman, temple watchman, he woke me up, saying, "Hey, Samir Bhaiya," that is the way he will call me. Wake up, hold the pipe for me, I have to clean. And they are going to put the deity to bed, go and have the Garbha Mandir darshan and come back. Somehow that day, I think some festival. I think it was January 1st. But still I am not able to completely corroborate with other things. Anyhow, so the deity was put to bed a little late. He said, go and have darshan in the Garbha Mandir. They are going to close the Garbha Mandir. They are going to put the deity into the bed. Then come back and hold me the pipe. Hold the pipe for me to clean the floor. I said, okay, and I rushed. I was in that same space and state. I ran to the Garbha Mandir. I saw no priest was there, but Garbha Mandir was open. Those days, very few priests were in the temple. Many times, Garbha Mandir will be open and no priest will be there. The moment I entered the Ardhamandapa, the hall of the Garbha Mandir, to have darshan of the deity, the moment I looked up, I saw Arunagiri Yogeshwara sitting on the Shivalinga. He was just sitting on the Shivalinga. I could not control myself. I screamed, "Swami, are you here?" Why you did not come when I called? I was talking all this and I was rushing near to touch him. Even though we were not supposed to enter the Garbha Mandir. I don't think I have entered the Garbha Mandir, but I rushed towards him. I don't remember whether I entered or not entered. I was not in that mood at all to follow the rule that I should not enter the Garbha Mandir and all that. I just want to touch him. I ran, stretched my hand to touch him. He also stretched his hand. The moment my hand touched his hand, exactly that moment, I saw clearly, he is me, I am him. It was just pure oneness. pure oneness. That unclutching has happened exactly at that moment. After that, neither I missed him, nor I saw him separately. That's the exact moment, experientially, the unclutching. The pure Advaita happened. Whatever words you may use, Advaita, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Shivoham, the experience of that pure oneness happened as it is to stay once for all. I bless you all with all my integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching and causing. Let you all experience the ultimate, pure Advaita, the oneness. Shivoham. Shivoham. Ananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999.
Nithyanandam.
www.
Every day we are blessed to hear the powerful truths from Swamiji. Some way or the other, whether through the incidents from his life or giving us from the sutras, from shastras, Swamiji lifts us, gives us the powerful cognition, and every single day he keeps us in a very high conscious space. For what we have done, whether we deserve, whether we have done anything punya, any good karma to deserve his blessing, we don't know. But we have him in our life, protecting us, taking care of us, and taking us through this journey of life to live an enlightened life. Not only that, through these ups and downs of life, even through the COVID, protecting us, giving us the abhaya. Swamiji has always told, Name Bhakta Pranayashati. My devotees shall not perish. We've heard that. We've heard him say many times, but we never understood why Swamiji says that or what that means, truly. But now, as the world is going through the turmoil, we can see how he is protecting us, how he is taking care of us. Having the Guru in our life is the bestest gift that we can have. No matter what goes away, we cannot afford to not have a Guru. Every single one of us is so blessed that we have Paramashiva himself as our Guru, guiding us, leading us, and taking us in the path of enlightenment. What is it that we can offer to him? Nothing. Nothing we have, nothing that we can give is of any use to him. The only thing that we can give is our gratitude, offering our gratitude to Swamiji to our Guru, to Paramashiva, who has happened in our life. The only way is offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, even which is the greatest blessing, to be able to recognize the Guru, to recognize Paramashiva that has happened as Guru in our life, and even to have that space of offering our gratitude. Guru Purnima is the day when we celebrate the presence of Guru in our lives. The one day in a year where the Guru himself accepts directly the karma, all our egos and karma that we can offer at his feet. Let us not miss this opportunity to offer our gratitude on Guru Purnima, July 5th. Take this opportunity in registering yourself for offering Pratyaksha Pada Puja, to offer our gratitude for the happening of Paramashiva in our life as Guru. Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam has happened just for us, to lead us, to guide us, and for us to experience the state space, powers, and consciousness and being of Paramashiva. So, where do you register? You can register at kailasa.org/Guru Purnima, and let us celebrate the whole day, enjoying, celebrating every moment in the presence of Swamiji, of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So, don't waste any moment, register and offer our gratitude in the form of Pratyaksha Pada Puja on the day, auspicious day of Guru Purnima. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Let's start the power manifestation. Let's sit straight. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. And let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasyanilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatetam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful space. How Bhagavan said the grace, bringing the respect in others for you and holding that beautiful space of completion, your higher identity as your identity, simply radiates as grace. With that beautiful space and initiation from Bhagavan, let's start the power manifestation. Today we're going to do the power of thought current. First, we'll go through the digital security. What is power manifestation? Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift that can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita. We know three states: the dream state, the deep sleep, and the waking state. All the three states are only the reflection of what identity we are holding. Bhagavan says, when you beautifully have the grace, the consciousness as your identity, simply you raise to the Turiyatita consciousness and radiate as so beautiful, living as consciousness as your own identity. Here, Paramashiva, who has come down, who is Paramashiva? Paramashiva is Ajomuha, the living being. Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, the fundamental base. He performs the Panchakritya, Srishti, Shriti, Samhara, Trubhava, and Anugraha. So beautiful. Bhagavan describes here Satyojata, which is a manifestation, which is manifest. Manifest is manifestation. Manifestation is sustained. Manifestation is regenerated. Manifestation is pulled out of delusion, and manifestation is liberated. Vamadeva, the sustenance is maintained, the sustenance is sustained, the sustenance is regenerated, sustenance is pulled out of delusion, and sustenance is liberated. Regeneration, the change. Regeneration is manifested, regeneration is sustained, regeneration is regenerated. Regeneration is pulled out of delusion, and regeneration is liberated. The Agora phase. Tat Purusha phase. Delusion is manifested, delusion is sustained, delusion is regenerated, delusion is pulled out of delusion, delusion is liberated. Ishana, the liberation, Anugraha. Anugraha is manifested, liberation is sustained, liberation is regenerated, liberation is pulled out of delusion, liberation is liberated. Paramashiva, who has come down as His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of Kailaasa, the ancient enlightenment civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is an avatar from and is a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has made the science of power manifestation yoga temple-based university for the humanity. Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, Hindu diasporas are working for the global peace to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest with extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source book of Hinduism and 64 arts like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvati Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism and present emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has survived the worst persecution of multi-level assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu element. Bhagavan has given to the world the science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramanas, Veda Agamas, which are the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamars, Alvars, Siddhas, who are authority of Hinduism, who are the scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. The Atma Pramanas are the avatars who land on the planet Earth to raise the humanity into superconscious beings. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar, personal experience of each power manifestation. Shakshi Pramana, or the millions of disciples, devotees, followers initiated into the science of power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is from Veda Agamas, the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 50, Dharana 27.
The Shastra Pramana is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 50, Dharana 27. Sarvata Swasharirasya Dvadashante Manolayat Dridha Buddhe Dridhi Bhutam Tatvalaksham Pravartate Sarvata Swasharirasya Dvadashante Manolayat Dridha Buddhe Dridhi Bhutam Tatvalaksham Pravartate.
So beautiful. Bhagavan has translated in this sutra, from all sides, take one Dvadashanta in your body. Dvadashanta is the energy centers, like the chakras. such as the center between the two eyebrows. Just dissolve the mind in the third eye with a strong, constant, restful awareness. The person who does the Drida Buddhi, who is very stable with his mind, the one who is established in the firm strength, undivided awareness, to him the characteristics of existential reality of supreme consciousness appears and manifests firmly, which does not subside at all. Here in the sutra, it is referred twice, Drida Buddhi, how we need to be in firm strength of undivided awareness. The restful awareness, the undivided awareness, where we are established. How beautifully he said the story of how Sita, when she walked in, including Janaka, including the people who have lust, were able to raise and bow down. And that respect is the identity that we should hold. Bhagavan beautifully describes in one satsang how when the lion comes in, the lion does not have to justify that he's a lion. The minute he enters, all the other animals know that there is a lion. Similarly, Bhagavan beautifully says, a magnet, when it keeps, it just attracts all the iron fillings. How we need to be established as our higher identity, the Paramashiva space, is the only original, and that is the only thing which is going to manifest as reality. When we start living our higher identity, simply we will start creating that beautiful space around us, the grace which manifests as superconsciousness, strong, constant, the Drida Buddhi, not wavering the mind whether anything else could be the reason for our source of or our resource. Here Bhagavan beautifully says, if you declare with Drida Buddhi, no changing, I am going to be determined, I am going to be here as Paramashiva, simply it opens up the new dimension of us. The reality, supreme consciousness appears and manifests as reality. Living as gods and goddesses on planet Earth could simply be possible when we decide to be in strong, constant, restful awareness. Bhagavan beautifully describes the scene how we can hold that space inside us. Simply we'll know the mind of everybody, the thought current of everybody, because we are established in completion with our thought currents and our identity. When we are completion with our identity, simply we know others' identity and their thought flows. Here, Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, Jamadagni, the wife, Renuka, went to bring water from Ganga. She saw King Gandharva enjoying with Apsaras, and she had forgotten that she's Rishi Patni and got captivated and slightly desire associated with him and dropped the pot of water and spilt out. She quickly gets back to the reality and fills the water and goes back to the hut where the Rishi scanned her thought and immediately asked her. Those days, it was so beautiful. They did not have CC camera. It was so beautifully revealed all, even a thought current. Even a thought could become the reality. There is so many reference where just a thought and they have given birth to babies. The possibility that was there, the highest reality, the identity the Rishi lived, they were able to manifest and scan anybody's thought currents. Bhagavan has beautifully scanned so many people and helped them in so many ways in business decisions and all the decisions in Apta Pramanas. The Shakshi Pramana. Millions of disciples have experienced during the darshan how Bhagavan has blessed them. Now we will start experiencing the thought currents and we will scan the picture from our partner. You can call anybody and you can record this. You can ask them to think of a picture or keep a picture, and you can scan and simply get into the details of the picture they are projecting in their mind. So let's start the first round. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let's remember, Paramashiva has come down as His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam from Kailasa. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye, an absolute unclutch to the experience of state of Paramashiva. Complete completion to experience the space of Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully said, how you establish your identity, you will be in complete completion. How Janaka groomed Sita, that she was so graceful, she was able to hold her identity as the ultimate identity. Sabari, when she was waiting for Rama, she wanted to tell about her guru. She waited years and years and years. When Rama came, she described that how her guru said that Rama would come and she would really do all the seva for Rama, and simply doing that seva, she will be liberated. And exactly Rama witnessed Sabari getting liberated. Living the Guru Vak, living your identity as your highest reality as your Guru Vak simply completes you to the ultimate. Oneness to experience the powers of Paramashiva, breaking the boredom and tiredness, and aligning, having the Shakti Pada, feeling connection with your Guru, completely in oneness, manifest as your powers of Paramashiva. Tyaga as Paramashiva is your only strength, now declaring complete identity with Bhagavan as your experience, being of Paramashiva. How Bhagavan said, Drona was only building his vested interest, so Arjuna was always confused. Whenever Krishna wanted to give him the Bhagavad Gita, he was talking about marriage, running for this or that. He was always confused what he need to be, because Drona, when he groomed the little boy as Arjuna, was giving his extension as Arjuna. But Arjuna, if he was groomed by an enlightened space, the enlightened master, simply will hold that enlightenment is the ultimate identity. Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva, is your identity. Swamiji is your identity as the ultimate identity, brings you to the space of complete completion, absolute unclutching, and complete oneness, that you start contributing in life more and more, experiencing the oneness with everything that you are Paramashiva. So let's intensely hold the space of Tyaga and chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When you chant the Mahavakya from your navel, it opens and offers in the Jatagni, opening the Dvadashantas, the energy centers, connecting to the cosmic energy and manifesting as reality. You can ask for their testimonial video, and you can write down whatever you see, and at the end of the Mahavakya, you can verify with them the picture they have shown. You can draw or write, whichever is comfortable for you. Now we'll have 10 minutes of Mahavakya and oneness. Have the Shaktipada. Contemplate on the great truth that Bhagavan has given today. The gender identity, the ultimate, you are Paramashiva. That's your only identity. Being having the Dhrida Buddhi on that, and chanting the Mahavakya, remembering Bhagavan, Paramashiva in your third eye, simply will make you manifest all the reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting, we'll play the oneness capsule.
Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. You have recognized the picture. Please verify with them and hold on. We'll move to the next cycle of recognizing the color. Ask them to hold any color in their thought currents. We are going to scan the thought currents and experience the oneness Shaktipada. Have the will persistence. Manifestation is the way we exist. We manifest our breathing, our digestion, absorption, everything that is happening in our body as a manifestation. Let us make sure we manifest our life the same way. Let's sit straight, head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Bhagwan again and again in your third eye. When we are raised to the third eye, that remembrance of Bhagwan is liberation. Whenever we are caught in delusion, the last three chakras, the Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, food, fear, and lust, we are caught up in the lower reality. If we raise ourselves, remembering Paramashiva as your original space, you are living as a manifestation, gods and goddesses. So remember Bhagavan in your third eye, absolute unclutching to experience the state of Paramashiva. Understanding all the identities that you're carrying in the outer world is nothing but your own comparative reality, a perception, and unclutching from that. And complete completion with your inner identity, that whatever powerless space, the self-denial, self-doubt, complete with that, and hold the only space that you are Paramashiva. You're manifesting your body, you're manifesting your reality, you're manifesting your life, manifesting everything in the Shaktipada with Bhagavan. Bhagavan simply flows through you as reality. Do the Tyaga. Bhagavan beautifully has raised us to the Tyaga space, becoming the being of Paramashiva. That only declaring that my only strength is Paramashiva and he is going to manifest as reality. He is my only resources. Whenever we declare that, we fall into the deep listening space and manifesting our reality. Chant the Mahavakya again and again from your navel center. Your whole being vibrates with that, so that you are raising your level to the conscious space and manifesting as reality. Make sure you're recording everything, noting everything, take a picture of that. Whatever color you're drawing, please make a note of that before and after with a timestamp, so that we can share with the world all this great cognition clicks that we have had and make it our reality and our liberation. So let's start the second round. We're going to have 10 minutes of oneness capsule and we'll have the Mahavakya. Let's start chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting. We'll play the oneness capsule now. Thank you.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Now you're part of
Paramashivoham.
updates. If you're part of the social media, please share in all social media and in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. After verifying with your partner the color, the picture that, and anything else you would like to share, and so beautifully share in this tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Power manifestation is not complete when you do not share the whole experience in your own words. Every time we utter how we manifested, how we cognized, then the whole cognition as manifestation becomes a reality in you. Every time we enrich others by causing them and telling them how you have manifested from the powerful cognition, that becomes more real in you than the other things. Bhagavan says, what is in you which is more real? The perception world or the manifestation? The manifestation becomes more real when you go around and tell everybody how you have manifested even the smallest things that has occurred to you as a manifestation. You simply fall into the beautiful space of Shaktipada with Bhagavan, with Paramashiva. So let's share in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation every day, and also cause others to come to Kailash Courtyard sessions to take the initiation from Bhagavan and more manifest more powers. Every day manifesting powers raises our frequency, and the enlightenment simply happens so beautifully inside us. Bhagavan has given this great science of power manifestation. So let's surrender all these great powers and powerful cognition to Bhagavan's lotus feet. And again, with humbleness, deep gratitude, understand, like, make this as reality. To request Bhagavan that the whole thing, how you experience the grace, should become your reality. The higher idea, higher space of I am Paramashiva to become your reality. In deep seeking and gratitude, ask Bhagavan to make it as reality. And with that, remember Bhagavan, Paramashiva in your third eye. And let's close this with a Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you for participating today. See you in the Kailash Courtyard for more manifestation and more powerful cognitions. Thank you, Nithyanandam.